Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Good afternoon, Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Hume.
Here.
And Chair Cerna.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk, if you could read our one and only public hearing item for the afternoon into the record, and then I have a few comments before we hear our staff presentation and then from the public.
I will read that into the, and I also need to do a swearing in for folks as well. So item number 48 is PLMP 2021-00191. This is the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch, a use permit, special development permit and design review for multiple properties located along Scott Road, south of White Rock Road, north of Boyd's Ranch Road in the Cosumnes community. The applicant is Sacramento Valley Energy Center, LLC, APN 072-0100-018 and 0227-72-0110-031-067-069 through -076-7972, 3160-003-005 and -070-070-018-029-034 through -037 through 039 through -045, 049 through -054, 056 through 077. The environmental document is an environmental impact report. And
All right.
I would like, would you like me to do the swearing in?
Yes, please. So the clerk is about to give instructions. I'll just make it clear. Please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. So, Madam Clerk.
Okay. If you wish to address the board about item number 48 on the agenda, please stand and raise your right hand. The appropriate response is I do. So do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
So now the instruction is that when you do go to the podium to give your public statement, please state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So few housekeeping items before we get started. And again, we're going to start with staff's presentation. We'll hear from the applicant. Then we will hear from the public. We are going to keep today's speaking limit at its normal. It's always, at least while I'm chair, it's, at its normal 2 minutes per speaker. We have that time limit in place so that in occasions, especially like this one, where we have, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have so far?
We currently have 74 and growing.
Okay, 74 and growing. So we have the time limit in place so that everyone who has taken time out of their day to be here to offer testimony has that opportunity to address the board. Now, having said that, if you simply agree with a previous speaker or an opinion that's already been expressed, it's absolutely fine to say that you agree with the previous speaker. I know that, I believe, Madam Clerk, we have a group that has asked for a block of 15 minutes for a group of speakers to, one after the other, address the board. I'm going to permit that, so I think you need to just have them identify themselves. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you could make your way to our staff that's in the lobby to identify yourself as part of the coalition of the 8 conservation and off-road vehicle organizations.
So is that clear to folks? There was a request made for 15 minutes for a block of speakers. It's the chair's call. I'm okay with that. We just need you to go outside the chambers for a few minutes and coordinate with the clerk of the board's staff so that we can, so that I can call you up appropriately. I think that's all the reminders I have. Of course, please again complete a speaker slip and make sure that our clerk staff have that. The list that you will see when it's time to hear from the public will be shown on either screen. That, as the clerk has mentioned, is a growing list at 74 already. So we have a busy afternoon in front of us, and if there's nothing further from the clerk, I'm going to ask that staff begin their presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, members of the board. I am not Kimber Gutierrez. You'll hear from her shortly. I am Todd Smith, your planning director. Before the staff presentation, I just wanted to give a few opening remarks, noting for me personally, this has been a multi-year effort in this Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project, but I want to note that this has been about a year since this board, most of this board, Supervisor Rodriguez, you came after the fact, but about a year ago, the county adopted its first climate action plan. And then about 5 years ago, the board also adopted the climate emergency resolution, which identified a number of resolves, whereases, et cetera, really speaking to some aggressive and ambitious goals relative to achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. Which is 15 years ahead of the state's target. That resolution also called for significant steps. The phrasing was significant steps to sustain and accelerate community-wide carbon elimination and all efforts and actions necessary to eliminate emissions by 2030. The combination of those two things really is underlying staff's recommendation today. As you know, the development of the Climate Action Plan took several years. There was a substantial amount of staff effort, not just in planning and environmental review, but staff resources across multiple county departments. And that Climate Action Plan includes policy direction in Measure GHG 3, which speaks to the county's support of SMUD's Zero Carbon Plan, which is SMUD's plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from electricity generation through development of renewable energy generation and storage projects. And this project, the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch, is the first major project of its kind to come before the board since the CAP adoption a year ago. I can honestly state that I know that Kimber and Julie and Allison and others, I see Candace and our consultants have done a tremendous amount of analysis, very robust and extensive analysis. Over the last 4 years on this project, they have weighed the multiple policy goals in the general plan and the climate action plan to develop the staff recommendation in support of the project, which includes defensible mitigation under CEQA as well as the recommended conditions of approval. With that introduction, I will turn it over to Kimber for the staff presentation.
Great. Thank you, Todd.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. Kimber Gutierrez, Principal Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. Today I will be presenting the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project. The project site spans approximately 2,700 acres in the Cosumnes community. It's located south of US Route 50 and White Rock Road, northwest of Rancho Murrieta, and southeast of Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area along Scott Road. The site is known as Barton Ranch and is currently used for cattle grazing. The terrain consists of rolling hills and open grasslands, interspersed with seasonal wetlands, vernal pools, oak forests, and woodlands, and ephemeral drainages. Key water features include Coyote Creek, Carson Creek, and Little Deer Creek. The site includes 3 zoning designations: agricultural 80 acres, heavy industrial, and Aerojet special planning area.
Kimber, before you leave that slide,
Yes.
the map there, the polygon, the red line there, is, I assume there's some space in that very narrow stretch, or is that?
Yes, that's generally where the Gentile line.
So it's all contiguous area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I think someone who may not be familiar with the map may assume that they're two different areas.
Right, yeah,
so.
no, the Gentile line is where that narrow area is.
Thank you.
Okay, to give a little bit of background, in March of 2021, the board approved amendments to several agricultural preserves to allow solar and battery storage as compatible uses with the agricultural preserves and Williamson Act contracts. So that was done in March of 2021. There has also been one code violation in the past 5 years, which was related to junk and rubbish that was dumped on the property. That code violation has been resolved and there are no active cases. The project has evolved through 3 different iterations, the first being the initial project, which was submitted in July of 2021. The notice of preparation for the environmental impact report was prepared based on this initial project. The second iteration is what we call the draft environmental impact report project. This was a redesign of the initial project to avoid on-site sensitive resources, specifically related to water and tribal cultural. This version of the project maintained the same acreage of solar development area as the initial project and was analyzed in the draft DIR. And the proposed project, or the reduced footprint project, which is being presented for entitlement consideration, this version reduces the solar footprint by 55 acres and preserves 1,150 acres of on-site or adjacent to the area. Technological improvements and siting strategies were also utilized to reduce overall grading cut and fill quantities, and grading cut was reduced by over 1 million cubic yards, representing 44% grading reduction.
So number 3, Kimber, is the preferred alternative? Is that right?
Sorry, say that one more
Is
time.
number 3, is that the preferred alternative?
Number 3 is the version of the projects that's being considered today.
Okay, but again, I'm just trying to ask clarifying questions relative to the CEQA document. So does that should not be confused with the terminology or not? Proposed?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so the image on the left shows the proposed project and identifies the areas that were removed from the solar development area in red. The image on the right is a more detailed site plan. So the proposed project is to construct and operate a 200 megawatt solar photovoltaic facility with a 100 megawatt battery energy storage system spanning 1,357 acres of the site. Components of the facility would include an on-site substation, inverters, solar arrays, fencing, roads, supervisory control and data acquisition system, the generation tie line, and switchyard. The facilities proposed would be to supply electrical energy into the overall SMUD grid via a long-term power purchase agreement. The planned operational life of the facility is 35 years, and the project would be decommissioned at the end of its operational life. On screen now are the basic project objectives. To summarize, the project supports the county's general plan and SMUD's 2030 zero carbon plan by delivering local utility scale solar energy, minimizing new infrastructure impacts, and providing local employment and training opportunities. In order to facilitate the development of this project, the supporting entitlements are a use permit for the solar and battery facilities within the Ag 80 and M2 zoning districts, a special development permit for interior property setbacks and dirt surfacing of roads, and a design review for compliance with this countywide design guidelines. An environmental impact report was prepared for the proposed project. While most impacts are mitigated, 3 remain significant and unavoidable: aesthetics, cumulative oak woodland loss, and tribal cultural resources. A mitigation monitoring and reporting program was prepared to address the impacts and mitigation measures identified in the EIR. For advisory recommendations, the Cosumnes CPAC met twice to hear the project, the first in February of 2022 for initial review and input, the second in March of 2025 where they recommended approval of the proposed project, 5 yes, 2 no. The Design Review Advisory Committee met in February of 2022 and recommended the board find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. The Agricultural Advisory Committee met in March of 2022 and voted to support the proposed project. And then the Planning Commission met on October 6th of this year where they recommended approval of the proposed project, 4 yes, 0 no, and 1 absent. As you can see, there has been a large community input component of the proposed project. Supporters cite renewable energy, compatibility with agriculture, and land preservation benefits, while those opposed raise concerns about habitat impacts, loss of rural land, and the effect on the Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area. The next 8 slides are going to walk through the project analysis with key general plan policies. Starting with energy, being a renewable energy development, the project aligns with General Plan Policy Energy 19, as well as the Climate Action Plan's Policy GHG 3, and SMUD's 2030 Zero Carbon Plan, which targets 1,100 to 1,500 megawatts of utility scale solar. While the project aligns with many general plan policies, it is only partially consistent with Public Facility Element Policy 78 and other policies that lay out siting criteria for renewable energy projects. The partial inconsistencies are due to visual and habitat impacts, and the project is not aligned with scenic and tribal cultural resource protections, given that impacts were mitigated to the greatest extent feasible, but would still result in significant and unavoidable impacts. The project is aligned with the siting criteria related to grid proximity and farmland quality. In terms of agricultural policies, the project is consistent with several ag policies. The project does avoid prime farmland. It maintains grazing, as it's going to be a concurrent use under the Williamson Act, and includes an agricultural management plan to ensure that continued agricultural use of the property. For biological resources, up to 3,493 native trees will be removed, resulting in a loss of 41.36 acres of oak canopy. Mitigation is included and includes one-for-one preservation and replanting, but the temporal loss of oak canopy remains a significant cumulative impact. Despite mitigation, visual impacts from Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area and Scott Road remain significant and unavoidable. Scott Road is considered a candidate scenic corridor, and the proposed landscape plan and direction from the zoning code is to maintain open views while providing a softening effect rather than strict screening. So on the screen on the left, you can see the views from Scott Road. And then on this slide, you can see views from Prairie City. The project is not consistent with General Plan Policy Circulation 58. Even with implementation of mitigation measures, the impact would be significant and unavoidable from the Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area. And then for Scott Road, even with replanting, the long-term impact from substantial degradation of visual character and quality of the viewshed from Scott Road through the project site would be significant and unavoidable. The site does lie within the Tosawin tribal cultural landscape. Despite extensive consultation and mitigation, impacts to tribal cultural resources remain significant and unavoidable, as it would substantially alter the historic setting and feeling of contributing elements of the Tosawin tribal cultural landscape. To summarize, the project is generally consistent with the Sacramento County General Plan in terms of renewable energy development, agricultural compatibility, air quality, and hazard mitigation. However, it is partially consistent or inconsistent with policies related to oak woodland preservation, scenic corridor protection, and tribal cultural resource avoidance. Although policy inconsistency has been identified, the County Planning Commission still recommended approval, and the board may still approve the project where the county has jurisdiction of development projects for energy facilities that are contrary to any of the policies within public facilities element. And that is when justification is provided through findings. That is policy PF 66. The findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations that is included in the packet were prepared for the proposed project and conclude that the significant effects of the project have been eliminated or substantially lessened when feasible, and the remaining significant environmental effects are acceptable because of the economic, social, environmental, and other benefits the project provides, including implementation of the General Plan and Climate Action Plan policies and SMUD Zero Carbon Plan. The project is also consistent with the Williamson Act and the zoning code and is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses, and all advisory bodies have been in support. I also wanted to know that the Barton Mosier families, as well as owners of surrounding properties, have entered into agreements to facilitate future development of a public recreation trail system that is identified in Figure 18 of the Sacramento County Active Transportation Plan and is also shown on the screen to the left. Similarly, the applicant has agreed to facilitate future development of a public recreational trail system if they obtain an easement for the area adjacent to the aforementioned properties where trail agreements are already in place. Timeline and funding for trail design or construction is not known at this time, and CEQA review will be completed when the trail design moves forward. And with that, Planning and Environmental Review staff recommends that the board adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report as adequate and complete, adopt the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the second action would be to adopt a resolution issuing a use permit and a special development permit and determine substantial compliance with the Sacramento County countywide design guidelines, subject to findings and conditions. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. We also have a number of members of staff to help answer questions.
Very good. Thank you, Kimber. Any questions for Kimber? No? Yes, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions because they were mentioned in the staff report, and I just want to have an understanding of them as I listen to the other presentations. The first one is the oak canopy mitigation. You mentioned the temporal loss, but it was being accounted for on a 1-to-1 ratio. Is that saying that it will plant enough trees that someday there will be the same canopy that is being lost? What does 1-to-1 mitigation look like when we're talking about canopy?
I'll turn it over to Julie Newton, our environmental coordinator.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julie Newton, Environmental Coordinator with County Planning. Our oak tree mitigation measure has several components to it. The 1-to-1 mitigation is for canopy loss. So what that means is for every square foot of canopy lost, the project is required to preserve that amount of canopy in perpetuity. That is the county's policy standard. This project is going beyond the county's policy standard, and also we also have incorporated mitigation to do additional plantings that would be one tree planted one acorn planted for each tree removed. And that is supported by a 7-year monitoring plan in addition to that. The reason we've concluded a significant cumulative loss is because these trees are old, they are slow growing, so that it is not expected that by replanting one for each one lost that would fully recover the tree removal on the project.
So just so I make sure I understand this, you're saying that it's the canopy, it's the amount of acreage of land or square feet of land under canopy, that amount of land will be preserved for future canopy?
Correct.
Okay. And then second question, with regard to Scott Road, you said it was a scenic corridor candidate.
Correct.
Candidate with whom?
Within the general plan.
Within our general plan?
Within our general plan.
How many scenic corridors do we have in the general plan? Do you have any idea?
Ooh, great question.
Okay, let me move on to the next one. Okay. What takes something from being a candidate in the general plan to being declared in the general plan?
Sorry.
I'll try to answer that one. Supervisor Hume, Todd Smith, I think any of the candidate scenic corridors that were identified during the general plan update, we have been treating as more or less officially designated, even though not all of them have received that. Scott Road being one of those. I think an action by the board simply acknowledging or officially designating each one of those candidate roadways would be sufficient.
Okay, so right now it was a planning exercise within the general plan.
Correct.
But there's been no formal action designating any particular corridor.
Correct.
Okay. And then my last question relative to the cultural sites. As I understand it, they're through the consultation, whether it was with the AB 52 or 54, whatever the number was that you put up there, there was considerable consultation, some identification of particularly sensitive sites and removal of those sites. Is that correct? Do I understand that to be true?
Yeah. I'll
I
have
can
Julie
answer that one.
confirm.
Yeah, so through consultation, there was some additional field work that was done for identification of known sites on the project site. The project has been designed to fully avoid everything that we know and has been documented as being present on the site.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have now, Chair. Thank you.
All right. I have a question. So in the planning director's opening comments, he rightfully referenced how staff was expected to and did complete consistency analysis both with the general plan and with our CAP, our climate action plan. This project, if approved, would, I'm guessing, substantially contribute to the amount of renewable solar energy that is stated throughout our CAP as being the pursuit of this county in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. So I guess my question is, can someone give me an idea of order of magnitude about what this project represents in terms of the amount of solar it would contribute based on what we think the inventory of solar opportunities are countywide? I don't even know if that's something that has been quantified in the CAP or that we completely understand, but it seems to me it's one of the important questions here is just how significant, I guess is what I'm asking, is the footprint of this particular solar opportunity relative to the county as a whole, given our objectives that are clearly identified in the CAP?
I will try to answer that one, Supervisor Cerna. Based on what we know today, I believe this project is roughly 15%. I believe the applicant may have calculations supporting that as well.
Okay, so one project, 15%. Relative to other caps that we know about for other counties, is that kind of a standard? I mean, in terms of like, you know, again, I'm trying to just try to understand what, if the project wasn't approved, what have we forfeited, I guess is a different way to ask the question. And how difficult would it be to go out and find 15% of our objective somewhere else in the county?
I think there's a couple of ways to answer that. The first part of it is there's a lot of different ways to solve the equation, right, as it relates to the 200 megawatts and, 400 of storage. This particular project is essentially all in one location, right? So you can look at it from a distributed energy perspective. If we were to, we or willing property owners would try to entertain something of that magnitude across multiple sites, and that's one way of achieving it, which would obviously be much more complex with multiple property owners, multiple interties to the grid, multiple power purchase agreements with SMUD.
So there's a certain economy of scale to the proposal.
That is true.
Okay.
And the second part of your question escapes me already.
No, I just wanted to see if there's any understanding of what other counties who have caps have in terms of, are they now kind of, also considering similar sized opportunities to fulfill the objectives of their climate action plans?
I will say I can speak for those counties that I know generally what they're doing. I think most of them are looking for similar types of projects, whether or not they're the exact order of magnitude or power generation or storage. A lot of counties and cities are looking at large-scale solar arrays as well as battery energy storage facilities as well.
Do you know, Todd, whether or not they're looking at similar landscapes on which to put those arrays?
I can't speak on that with certainty, no.
Okay. Well, I know the applicant is taking inventory of my queries and will probably weave that into their presentation in terms of answering some of these questions, but I appreciate the responses. Any further questions for our staff before we hear from the applicant, I believe, next? All right. Thank you, Kimber. All right. Applicant is up.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, Supervisors. My name is William Marisi. I'm Director of Development with Desert Renewables, the applicant for the project. On behalf of the whole team, thank you for the opportunity to present today. And thank you to Kimber, Todd, Julie, all of county staff for their work over the last 5+ years. Desert is an American-based leading renewable energy developer. We have projects operating in 22 states, enough to power approximately 2 million homes. We own and operate 56 solar sites, 14 wind sites, 2 battery storage sites, with 7 more batteries under construction. Here in Sacramento, we have 4 solar projects operating and contracted with SMUD, totaling 320 megawatts. Coyote Creek is contracted with SMUD to provide an additional 200 megawatts of solar and 400 megawatt hours of battery storage. We evaluated the property taxes from our entire contracted SMUD portfolio over the next 20 years. Coyote Creek alone is projected to contribute $67 million of the $90 million generated by our projects. These dollars can contribute to improve schools, roads, and services for local residents while asking for few services in return. Our long-term presence and investment in the community has allowed us to develop key partnerships locally. I'll use these partnerships to briefly illustrate our project proposal. In short, we've contracted with SMUD to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to the success of Sacramento County's Climate Action Plan. We've worked with staff since 2021 to reduce environmental, tree resource, and cultural resource impacts across the site. Our lease with Barton Ranch enables the family to maintain ownership and stewardship of the ranch that has been passed from generation to generation for over 100 years. We've further partnered with the ranch, California Rangeland Trust, and Van Vleck Ranch to forward on-site and adjacent conservation easement preserves. The Sacramento Tree Foundation will be using portions of these preserves for their replanting efforts, and they'll collect additional acorns on site to use throughout the county. We'll provide over $2.5 million to California State Parks, and we'll take on construction and improvements of the go-kart track at that facility and dedicate funds for other park improvements. All construction activities, including the go-kart track and the solar project, will be completed by highly trained union labor, the best in the business. We look forward to continued investment in Sacramento County partnerships for many years to come. With that summary, I'll turn the presentation to Jim Gillum to provide a little more project information. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thanks. Chair Cerna, members of the board, Jim Gillum with Gillum Consulting representing Desiree. I too want to thank staff for all the hard work on this project. It has been quite a few years of work, starting with that Williamson Act contract amendment. I'm going to focus in on just a few key facts about the project to start, and then we'll get into some of the more details. So, as has been mentioned, the Williamson Act contracts date back to 1969 and 1970, and that's critical to the family to maintain those. So we appreciated the board's willingness to entertain an amendment to allow a project proposal to come forward, because it allows this project, which is a project with a 30-year lifespan, to exist on the property while maintaining the Williamson Act, so that at the end of life, the project can be removed and the family can go back to agricultural uses. To that end, the project is going to revegetate the property after construction, not after removal, but after construction, so that we can utilize it for the agrivoltaic purposes that we're going to talk about in a minute or two. Further, projects are designed so that all the components can be removed and decommissioned. There are financial assurities that are provided to the county in form of bond or letter of credit, other opportunities to ensure that this project can be removed irrespective of anything that might happen with the developer. Further, we're utilizing advanced tracking technology with this project, and I know Todd or Kimber mentioned the reduction in grading that we were able to achieve. This is through terrain following tracking technology. This slide shows that used at Slough House Solar, a project we constructed and is now online delivering power to SMUD. And as you can see, it goes up and over the hill with tremendous slope tolerance that wasn't able to be achieved in the past. Agrivoltaics, what are they? Well, simple marriage between power generation and agriculture. We will be utilizing the property both within the project area and outside the project area for agricultural uses. The revegetation plan calls for pollinator-friendly and grazing forage for the area underneath the panels. So we'll be grazing sheep within there, and then outside the ranch will still control the grazing contract. Today that's being grazed with cattle. Further, it preserves the land underneath the panels with this forage so that when it does go back into agricultural productive, the soil's been maintained. Project objectives: to provide grid stability and reliability, provide a local supply of solar energy for Sacramento County, which is important because when you do far-flung projects, you have line loss and inefficiency, additional cost of wheeling, etc. Project supports the county's Climate Action Plan, Integrated Resource Plan, and SMUD's Carbon Action Plan. SMUD's Zero Carbon Plan. Further, it provides the local employment opportunities that William mentioned earlier. Now I'm going to get into a little bit of material that we were talking about earlier in the project need and site selection. How do we look at things? Well, one of the key things that you'll see in the exhibit to the right is these pink or purple lines. Those are the larger SMUD facilities, 160 kilovolts or higher. You'll see that the larger solar arrays do tend to follow those lines, and I'll get back into that in a minute. Distributed generation is highly problematic for a lot of reasons. One, it's incredibly inefficient. A Forbes article that we were reviewing the other day had it about twice as expensive with a 50% higher carbon footprint than utility scale solar. But today, the 28,000 SMUD customers that employ rooftop solar only generate about 210 megawatts to the grid. This project alone contributes 200 megawatts to the grid, about 15% of what SMUD has identified the need for in the Zero Carbon Plan. Currently, SMUD's generation of solar that they are producing is about 300 to 400 megawatts. I already mentioned 15%. As it relates to the general plan policies that need to be balanced when considering this project, we look at 3 bullet points out of PF 78 specifically. This property, you might be looking for disturbed sites. This one has some history of mining, significant history of mining in brownfield related to the aerojet plume. It's, farmland of the lowest quality, either other lands or grazing lands, and it's close to the existing facilities in the map on the right. So a little bit of information in the map on the right, which isn't really clear if you're not it's not pointed out to you, but all those little yellow, orange, and red dots represent distributed generation or utility scale solar. This comes off the state's map. So the Barton Ranch itself, feasibility here. We found a willing landowner with 3,000 plus acres under common ownership, which is very rare. Somebody that was willing to talk with us about a solar lease, somebody that had an interest in seeing agrivoltaic project move forward on their property. It is the lowest quality type that the state recognizes, which is grazing land. And it's proximate to a 230 kilovolt SMUD power line with a gen-tie line, which is how we connect to the grid under one common ownership. A rare opportunity, something that is hard to find. To Chairman Cerna's point earlier, it is very difficult to find willing landowners that have sufficient land to achieve a project of this magnitude. This is a big swing of the bat, and it's one that's important. So the interconnect's all under one common ownership, and the project site itself has a significant history of mining. The purple is mixed mining from the 18th and 19th century. The yellow hatch is placer mining from the 19th century, and the orange is 20th century dredger minings. All right, so we've talked about the project site, and now let's talk about how we've improved the the project to reduce impacts and increase mitigation. The small reduction in acreage that staff highlighted, the 54 acres, was very targeted. It had a huge impact on the reduction in oaks that need to be impacted with the project, 30%. And to the question earlier, to Supervisor Hume's question earlier, the canopy mitigation is not the land that will be required to grow that canopy. It's the amount of land conserved with area around it that has existing canopy to that. The enhancement will be in other areas of it's not underneath the existing oak canopy. So I think that's an important clarification. And I heard staff say it, but I'm not sure it resonated the way it might have. Within these light green areas that you see on this map, those are the areas on-site and adjacent. The L-shaped in the lower left corner is the Van Vleck Ranch. The balance of that occurs on the Barton Ranch property. It represents 13,000 oaks that will be preserved. That's a 4-to-1 ratio versus what's being impacted. Now, the mitigation measure says 1-to-1, but we're going 4-to-1 with what we're proposing. This is just a photo example of area on the Van Vleck Ranch, the 480 acres on the Van Vleck Ranch that we're going to be preserving. This view shed will be unchanged. And this is an oak woodland example within the Barton Ranch. Just want to give you some visual images of areas that will not be impacted. Partnered with the Tree Foundation in order to achieve the 1-to-1 tree-for-tree planting plan that's over and above the 4-to-1 conservation. They've already been out on site to harvest acorns for the planting and are working on germination of those. So the acorns are going to be germinated and then planted in the ground, monitored for 7 years, reported, and ensure that at the end of the 7 years that they're continuing on. Let's pivot to the Prairie City Off-Road Vehicle Park. We've worked very hard to ensure that the host for our Gentai and substation will be a good neighbor. And one of the things that we've committed to is ensuring that as the large events that they host there, the Hangtown Classic, all those great races, that we will coordinate our construction schedule such that we won't impact those. There will be some short-term closures on some of the southerly trails, and we'll be implementing signage to let people know to avoid those during those short 30 to 60 day closure. But the big closure, the cart track will be closed to up to 6 months for a 1.5 in excess of $1.5 million renovation, including an upgraded pro shop and improvements to the track itself, associated facilities. Beyond that, we are going to be making $1 million dedication to the parks in order to achieve some of the improvements in their road and trail master plan. There is an existing mining easement that crosses the southern portion of the park, an exclusive easement that the Barton Ranch negotiated previously in a land transaction. That will be abandoned so that we can facilitate the Gentai line easement and substation easement. So that's an actual give back of what would have been an exclusive use and would have required the complete relocation of the go-kart track to this less impactful, non-exclusive easement that just runs overhead in the case of the Gentai line. There's also a pole at the entrance to Prairie City Off-Road Vehicle Park, the main entrance, that is problematic for people towing trailers or recreational vehicles. That kind of came into conflict when White Rock Road was realigned and widened, and we're working with SMUD to get that pole relocated out of that conflict. Not related to the project, just something that the park wanted us to engage with SMUD on, and we've happily done that. I think it really is a key point to note that the Gentai line is something that we've been working on this for a long time, so long that during the public process of the update to the road and trail master plan, that they incorporated the T-main, or sorry, the T-main, I'm getting my water and my electricity confused. The transmission line infrastructure is actually shown in that trail master plan. So, it's not been a behind closed doors discussion in large respect. Pivoting to another recreational opportunity, staff mentioned this, but I want to highlight it a little bit more. We have the active transportation plan that the county adopted, which shows this green line paralleling Scott Road with a trail, and that does clip one of the eastern corners of the site, shown in the red box on the exhibit to the right. And you can see that we've got a conservation easement shown in that area. So what we've done is we worked with the property owner to ensure that we aren't foreclosing the opportunity for that trail to move forward in the future. You can see in this blow up of that exhibit, the Stone Ridge Quarry Trail Corridor at the north, and then to the south is the Sac Valley Conservancy Preservation Area, where they've preserved the opportunity for that same easement. So we're connecting the dots, or at least providing that opportunity. So I think it's something to note in more detail. I know staff talked about it, but I wanted to highlight it. Finally, this isn't all about the dollars, but I think it is important to note the economic development associated with this project. We had economic planning systems provide us with an analysis that shows that during construction, the project will contribute $365 million to the Sacramento economy. That's in excess of $365 million. Further, that on-site activities, purchases, local goods, et cetera, during the operation will annually contribute over $5 million. That's exclusive of the taxes that were mentioned earlier. So solar and BESS, constructed by union labor. I think there's a lot going on here. 67 million, over 67 million. We have more recent updates to that, but that's a good number. Over 20 years. So with that, we've brought a very large team that did all, I've been sworn. We have and William was sworn as well. I saw him do it. We have brought our technical team. Should you have questions that I can't answer, happy to answer questions now, and I welcome the opportunity to come up at the end of public testimony.
Thank you, Jim. I have a question. What does decommissioning look like? Does that mean returning the land to its character before any of this would presumably be installed and operating? We've already heard from staff and yourself about tree mitigation and what that looks like, but paint us a picture of what decommissioning looks like.
Happy to. So, as I mentioned in the presentation, two really critical points. One, this tracker technology significantly reduces the need to terraform the site. In previous iterations of solar, you would have seen terracing or flattening of the site to a very low slope tolerance. Really, the only thing that prevents us from putting things really, really steep is the ability to construct it. So we work at very high slope tolerances. We're not going to flatten the site. If you've been out to Slough House Solar, you can still see the rolling hills, right? So we're not going to go back out, take the pre-project grading plan and grade it back to that. That's not what decommissioning is. What decommissioning is removing all the improvements and decompacting the soil. It's all in our ag management plan, decommissioning plan, but it completely removes the facility. These solar panels are on racking that's just driven into the ground as opposed to concrete bases and things like that. So they just get pulled out, everything gets hauled away and recycled.
And I assume there's subterranean lines that run from the arrays, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so some of them are subterranean, others go within the racking.
Gotcha. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim. I want to pick up a little bit on the decommissioning. So what is the process for that? Would it just be, would the the use permit sunset unless there was an application to renew it? I'm looking at Kimber, she's nodding. Okay,
Well,
so that's the,
there's one trigger, which is the power purchase agreement, right? So with the power purchase agreement, we have a contract with SMUD. And then, yes, the life of the CUP, I believe, is 35 years.
Okay.
And it could be extended.
it could be extended,
But we don't know
the
what,
default would be that it would
correct.
expire.
And we don't know what the future of electric technology is. If you can tell me what it's going to be in 35 years, I'd like to go place some wagers or investments.
Well, Supervisor Hume will probably still be here, but a couple other questions, and I'm also really appreciate the chair's questions at the beginning about our cap and just the implications with our cap. But with respect to SMUD's 2030 goal, and I think you mentioned this would accomplish about 15% of
Yes.
that goal. Is SMUD? I assume, I don't know if SMUD is here, but I'd be curious what they'd have to say about what alternatives that they would have to meet their goal if for instance, this project did not move forward. Do you know? Is anybody?
I can't speak for
I don't know if
SMUD.
anyone is from SMUD here.
I can't speak for SMUD. I know that there are people that might tell you today that they can do it without it. I can't say that, but what I can tell you is we've been working on this for 5 years, and I look at their pipeline, and I know that this power can be delivered soon. And if you reset and start over, there's 15% of the need that isn't coming.
Can I
Yeah, please, yes.
dovetail off? So the one stat I think I saw on a slide somewhere, I'm not sure if it was staff's or yours, Jim, but the one that was, I thought, fairly impressive was, if I have this, if I noted this correctly, is that SMUD's current solar portfolio is around 300 to 400 megawatts, and this project alone is about half of that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's important to kind of understand at least where SMUD is at currently versus what the project would bring to bear in terms of the totality of available solar to the grid.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Yeah, it'd be helpful if SMUD was in the room to answer some of the questions.
Agreed.
Okay, a couple other questions I had related. I'm glad you talked a little bit about some of the changes that were made from the first iteration of the application to where we are today. I appreciate that. With respect to the tree mitigation, can you tell me why you selected the Tree Foundation and give me a little bit of information about their track record with the replantings?
Sure. One of the key reasons why we selected the Tree Foundation is their relationship and their track record with the county doing the mitigation for projects for you. Beyond that, they have a fantastic program that gives back to the community, and so these acorns that are being harvested from Barton Ranch will not only be utilized on Barton Ranch for our replanting, but they'll utilize them for other projects as well. So that's...
And then one final question at this point, I may have some more later. We've had discussions, and I had discussions with some of the other folks I met with about this, or I guess the habitat corridors that go through the project, which I think you have depicted on a map with the light. Those were the light.
Right here. The light green. Yeah.
The light green. And that, were those incorporated into the first version of this, or how have they changed over the
They were not. One of the comments that we got during the process of going through the environmental review was that the project site had some really important habitat within it, predominantly along these corridors. And so we didn't originally have the rights to offer this mitigation under our lease, and we were able to, through the process, negotiate the right to option these easements with the project. And so that came out of the environmental review. And these corridors are significant in a couple of respects. One, they're an area where most of the habitat that's of highest value exists. And two, they're along creek corridors. You've got Carson Creek and Coyote Creek and the confluence that occurs on the Van Vleck Ranch, which is in that L-shaped space. So there's a tremendous amount of value in what's being proposed here.
And when those habitat corridors are developed in a project like this, what standards guide you in terms of how do you ensure that this is a corridor that's going to be meaningful for the habitat most affected? I mean, is it a state standard? What do you refer? Tell me a little bit about what goes into that determination.
So not a lot happens in there, right? I mean, you know, they're being preserved. I mean, in the determination of where they are and the size of the. Oh, yeah, okay.
That they're going to be meaningful. How do you make that determination?
We have discussions with the state and federal agencies. We have our own biologists, and we look at, you know, making sure that there's adequate space around the resource. There's buffers and things that we have to maintain. So it's a holistic look.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jim and William, for the presentation. Obviously, we're going to have significant public comment, so I might have more questions later, but I want to just really drill down on some things that you covered, some questions that were raised here, and just make sure that I fully understand what we're talking about. So the first is, in the decommissioning plan, not only does it talk about restoration of the soils and of vegetation and the hydrology and trying to get the land back to as generally pre-project condition. I mean, obviously, the trees are going to be planted elsewhere. But in addition, there's a section that there has to be a financial security put into place that will guarantee the money to perform that work.
Yes, sir.
And that is managed by the county, or that's held by the county, or how do we make sure that Desiree doesn't fold up shop and go away and nothing gets restored?
Yeah, so as we went through on the Slough House Solar project, we worked with staff to come up with a cost estimate for that decommissioning plan, and we post security as appropriate to ensure that it occurs.
Okay, and so essentially that would...
Sorry to interrupt. And it's a condition of our CUP, so if we're ever in a situation where we're in default of that, then the normal remedies of a CUP take course.
Okay. And then to kind of continue along Supervisor Desmond's questions, the areas shown in green there, the preservation areas, those ride in perpetuity beyond the life of the project and any decommissioning. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. So whatever the next life of this property is after the project, those exist. They don't go away.
And then speaking of life after this project, there's nothing about the approval of this project that splits parcels or rezones anything or provides a different designation in the general plan?
Correct.
Sorry, you were looking at me?
Sure.
Supervisor Hume, that is correct. The project does not include a rezone, any further subdivision of the property. It's simply the use permit and the special development permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then before I get to my last line of questioning, I do just want to say that I was at a fundraiser at Camp Pollock and got asked to pursue the trail alignment question. And I went to staff and asked them about it, and they did some research relative to what was permitted in the other easement areas. And when I came to the applicant team, and the initial response was it's probably unlikely. I approached the landowner and had a similar response, and then I don't know what transpired in a meeting of all of you, but it did come forward as being an acceptable condition. So I want to thank you for that. Before anything else goes on. But now I want to get into kind of what I've read in the emails that have been sent to me so that you can help enlighten me relative, because I think it is significant that this project by itself accounts for almost half or somewhere in the neighborhood of half of all of the solar generation within the SMUD service area currently. That includes 28,000 rooftops. And so... Okay,
yeah,
please correct me as we go.
So the private generation is not part of the 300 to 400. The private generation is SMUD operated or SMUD PPA generation. Those private individuals that are behind the meter are different.
But nonetheless, they only account for about 210 megawatts.
Correct.
28,000 rooftops.
In aggregate, we are seeing from SMUD the aggregate of 500 to 600 aggregate megawatts total. So a third, this project would compose about a third or more of that.
Okay. And those rooftops are both residential and commercial applications, like that's the entirety of rooftop solar?
Did we get an answer on that? It's unclear. Yeah, it's from the SMUD website. That is SMUD customers. It doesn't articulate resident or or commercial.
Okay. So let me get off the rooftops here for a second and go to the other question which has been posed, which is why couldn't these be, like covers over parking lots with solar on top of them? I heard, I think it was Todd, might have been Kimber, mentioned something about power distribution. And then you said
generation.
Distributed generation, okay. And then you said something about the carbon footprint being greater or
Yeah.
something to that effect. Can you just walk through what makes something to this scale in that kind of application difficult or infeasible?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Now, I was referring to a Forbes article that talked about small-scale solar, private solar. It articulated that the cost, and this is pre-tax credits going away, was twice that of utility-scale solar.
Okay.
And it articulated that there was a 50% greater carbon footprint associated with delivering that solar versus the utility-scale solar. That's what the Forbes article articulated. What we know is that for every single small installation, you have to have inverters and switchgear to connect that back into the grid. You have to install it on a roof that's many times being retrofitted, right? So it's just more difficult than building where you've got a big project, everybody's mobilized, the project comes together, it connects into the grid one time. Further, SMUD can control when that power gets injected to the grid, especially when you have a situation here where we have batteries, right? So you've got 200 megawatts that they can control coming online, staying offline, et cetera, versus the 210 megawatts that are existing in the network that they have no way to feather. So that creates grid stability concerns. At one of our, I don't know if it was our Slough House Planning Commission meeting, somebody actually spoke on that point, so I'm taking a little bit of note from there. But yeah, so I mean, it's distributed generation is inefficient and highly problematic.
And so then I guess just, and this will be my final point before we go to other questions, comments, and public comment. To the chair's point, there's an economy of scale that when you're talking about 1,000 acres of solar generation with battery storage on site, adjacent to a transmission line to handle transmitting that power, the complexities were you to try to replicate that on an individual project level at, parking lots, for example. I mean, if you think about what would have to be entailed in every construction document and every power purchase agreement and all of the stuff, I mean, when you mentioned that this has been almost 5 years in the making, I mean, to get this kind of onesie-twosie, that's a huge task.
Seems like a false economy.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Thank you, Jim and William, for the presentation. And I also want to thank all of the organizations, whether you were in support or opposition, that I've met with the past year and a half. It was right after that I got elected that I started meeting with people and realized this is a really big project that was coming before the board. But for the sake of the public, I'm going to ask a question that I asked during one of those many meetings because is it a win-win situation? In the event that this project gets denied, does the applicant have the ability to come back and request that the land extend the urban service boundary for development? Because we have a project here that is solar that will keep the land and preserve it for grazing, but in the event that it is denied, what rights do the landowners have afterwards?
I'll answer that one, Supervisor Rodriguez. The general plan, as we know it today, has the construct of the urban services boundary, which has not moved, at least by action of this board, since 1993. The current general plan construct relative to amending the USB speaks to a number of policy criteria that have to be met. It would obviously require an application by the property owner. That would have to be initiated by this board formally to start a specific plan or master plan process. It would require consistency with our general plan growth management criteria, as well as the policy LU 127, which is specific to amendments of the urban services boundary. And there are 6 criteria that the project would have to meet. They're all inclusive, and there's an or provision of that LU 127 that speaks to a project providing extraordinary economic, environmental, et cetera, benefits to the county. So it's a really high bar. It doesn't mean that it can't be done. I mean, obviously a property owner has a right to file an application, and we have a responsibility to respond to an application.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Thank you again, Jim.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back at the end to
Sure.
provide additional comments. Thanks.
Thank you. So where I know we were at least 20 minutes ago was 137 speakers.
We're at 150.
150?
150.
150, sorry, my bad. So again, I don't want to drop everyone's individual time below 2 minutes, but I will strongly encourage you and respectfully request that if you can keep your comments briefer than 2 minutes, that would be very much appreciated. I know they're, if not for the sake necessarily of us, but for the sake of yourselves, in terms of having to be here longer than perhaps many of you would wish to be. But obviously, it's very, very important that we hear from you. That's why I'm reluctant to go below the 2-minute limit. So again, you can choose to simply acknowledge a previous speaker or a group that you might be affiliated with, and just lend your support that way, and we can try to make this as efficient and effective for everyone as possible. So with that, Madam Clerk, our first speaker.
We'll start with our first speaker, but I do want to remind members of the public that will be providing comment this morning to come to the podium, state that I have been sworn. I will call 5 names at a time. We have people spread out over several locations. So to the staff that is staffing those areas, please make sure that they make their way when I call your name to board chambers. We'll start with Melissa James Perham, Devin Pizzo, Maya Burr, and Barb Ram. Please forgive me in advance if I mispronounce your names.
And if the speakers can come up and line up in our stepwell, that would be much appreciated by the chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Melissa Tayaba. I am the Vice Chair of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And first, I'd like to welcome you all to my homelands, the unceded ancestral homelands of the Nisenan people, and more specifically, the Nisenan Pewanan people. My grandmother was born just across the river at the village of Pashune, which you all know is Discovery Park. We have been caregivers and original stewards of these lands and waterways since the beginning of time. And as such, we have an eternal obligation to protect and continue to care for our ancestral homelands and waterways. My ancestors were forcefully removed from these rivers and cultural landscapes during colonization. Today, our rancheria is about 40 miles east of here, located in Shingle Springs Rancheria. However, our ancestral homelands span over 7 counties: Sac, Yolo, El Dorado, Placer, Yuba, Amador, and Sutter counties. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the Coyote Creek solar project. Should it move forward, it would result in irreparable harm and desecration of cultural resources, including village sites, burials, habitat for our plant, bird, and animal relatives, as well as the destruction of hundreds of oak trees, so critical to this unique ecocultural landscape. And oak trees to us are so important They were one of our food sources, but also oak trees are seen as the elders of the land because how long that they have been there. And they house a lot of our animal relatives. The siting of this project is an example of the continuing unwillingness to listen to tribal voices and respect tribal history. My tribe started consultation
Can you
with the
conclude,
county.
please?
What's that?
Can you conclude, please? You're at your limit here.
I'm at limit?
Yeah.
Okay. My tribe, along with other tribes in the region with ancestral connections to this location, voiced our concerns a multitude of times. To no avail, we have not seen any action that takes our concerns into consideration in terms
Thank you.
of culturally sensitive location or design of this project.
Thank you.
The harms this project will inflict on our historical cultural resources and resting places of our ancestors alone cannot be quantified. I respectfully urge you
Can
to
you please
reject the
conclude? You're taking
project.
up other
Thank
people's
you.
time. Thank you. Every time a speaker goes over like that, I'm going to remind everyone, and I don't want to have to get forceful about it, but please respect each other, respect the time.
Thank you for giving me the time to be here today. Members of the board, my name is Devin Pizzo, and I've been sworn. I work as an electrical design engineer here in California and own a renewable design business in Loomis. I've been in the industry for 6 years and have seen the total life cycle of many projects within the multi-megawatt and BLM parcel land, so I understand what it takes to get these projects developed and designed. In my many years of being in the solar industry, this particular project stood out in the terms of its disregard for environmental responsibility. I understand why this project is proposed as its proximity to existing SMUD infrastructure. And I understand that SMUD probably wants to offset its power generation with renewables, but I think it's approaching it with the wrong site. I'm sure that these developers haven't yet exhausted their resources, and I'm sure that they could find more reliable sites that can meet renewable energy efforts. And I might suggest cheaper in terms of site development and infrastructure upgrades. I want to conclude this thought. Are we really okay with cutting the 3,000 oak trees that have been here for centuries in order to develop a solar farm that is projected to last only 25 years? Based on what I know about the rough costs to develop a system at this scale, we are looking at a number of $400 million it'll cost to develop the solar and O&M, with $120 million accounted for electrical infrastructure upgrades. I know the developer is probably in the mind that they're helping the community and this thought, and I value their mission as I live and breathe it also, but we just need a different site. We have an ethical and moral responsibility to protect our natural habitats for the thumb that is renewables masquerading as greenwashing initiatives, both as solar developers and community members. Being in the industry myself, I stress that we need to think outside the box here and provide solutions that both help the local communities and the environment. My attitude has always been about collaboration and compromise, and I'm sure we can accomplish the same here.
Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. James Parham, Slough House resident, fairly short-term. I've only been there for 50 years, but I've been...
And you've been sworn, right?
I have been sworn.
Okay.
I'm a fifth-generation California rancher with the sixth and seventh generation on the ground in my children and grandchildren. And we are legacy ranchers, legacy farmers here in Sacramento and in the Bay Area. I'm also a 21-year member of the Cosumnes CPAC, and my father was one of the founding board members of the CPAC in the Cosumnes area CPAC. The ability for ranchers, and especially legacy ranchers, to survive in this economy and this environment, social environment now, we have been forced into situations where we have to go outside of the envelope or outside the box. We have to explore solar energy. We have to explore wind energy in order to survive, in order to pass our legacy down to our subsequent generations. I support this. Is it in the best place? No, but when you consider the alternative and the economics of it and the social pressures that are upon us today, I think this is the best possible way to utilize that ground and preserve these legacies. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Fred Hagee. I've been sworn. I've lived on Scott Road for 48 years. I know the family very well. Our biggest fear is that Folsom will annex us and it'll be houses. The solar is much better than housing. So to me, that's a good form of agriculture, as good as we can do in today's age. I've raised all kinds of animals on my property. I'd like to comment a little bit about the oak trees. The oak trees are dying. People should get to know that because we don't have fog anymore. They covered up all the ground in Ranch Cordova and Elk Grove with stucco, concrete, tile roofs. There's no generation of the moisture. So in my time out there, the first 20 years, I lost very few oak trees. Now I'm losing 5 or 6 every year. And it just comes from no moisture. So anyway, I think this is a good project.
Thank you.
Prior to Ms. Ram, we'll call the next few names. Somaya Burr, Bear Ewing, Catherine Lunke, and Zachary Rogers. If you could please make your way down. I want to add a reminder to members of the public that there's a timer on the screen. It's green while you still have time. When it turns to yellow like it just did, you're running out of time. When it turns red, you've gone over time. Just add that as a reminder and to please state that you've been sworn in your name.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hi, I'm Barb Ram, and I've been sworn in. So I ride my mountain bike and my gravel bike at the Prairie City, and I do appreciate the shade. I always appreciate the shade, and Deer Creek as well. So I wasn't completely, I'm in support of solar. I support SMUD. I don't know why they picked this site, because somebody handed me this piece of paper, and there's a substitute or an alternate site, and you only lose 200 acres of land or whatever. It's the same, basically. So I just wanted to ask, why are we not supporting culturally significant sites with a zero tolerance for any impact to them? Like when we say the Pledge of Allegiance and we acknowledge, tribal lands, why don't we just do that now? And if it's going to impact them at all, just not do it. And per Kimber's presentation, only 2 of 8 significant impacts were green. All the others were yellow or red. So again, why are we doing it? And is SMUD still at their zero impact after 30 years? I love this consultants. They're like, yeah, we'll do this project, and it's only going to last 30 years, and then we'll do another one. And then they'll just keep their wealth going and going. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bear Ewing, and I've been sworn. I'm speaking on behalf of younger generations when I say that ruining the little that remains of our native ecosystem is not setting up our future generations for success. We've already ruined so much of this planet, and it's our job to protect it and the wildlife we still have. There are many places that we can add solar panels to instead, such as parking lots and on top of the millions of buildings we already have, which provide shade from the sun in a city that already gets so hot in the spring and summer, along with protection from the rain. It already gets so hot here, so it'd be an added bonus for many to have more sun protection. The Delta Shores Shopping Mall could be a great lot for this. If distributed solar is an absolute no and it must be in one plot, there are several vacant lots and mass amounts of land here that is just dirt, since so much of our ecosystem has already been ruined, and either would leave Coyote Creek to continue to thrive in this polluted planet that we as humans made.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Catherine Lonk. I've been sworn. Earlier today, We were so blessed by the presence of a beautiful brown working dog. I think his name was Colonel. From the moment Colonel walked into these chambers, you could feel the uplift, right? We celebrated and honored him for his years of noble, enthusiastic service to the county. The love that many of us feel for dogs is also the love that many of us feel for trees, wild birds, grandmother oaks, 200 years old, majestic, irreplaceable. As it would pain the heart to imagine thousands of dogs being killed in impacts significant and unavoidable, it pains the heart to consider harming these trees, especially if they're already suffering from a lack of fog or sudden oak death. I wish we could hold this meeting and every meeting concerning their fate in the shade of the canopy of a grandmother blue oak. I invite you to imagine gently running your hands along her beautiful textured rough bark, how you would feel the breeze around her, see her wild mane of rustling leaves, enjoy breathing deep her fresh perfume of rainwater and oxygen. In my humble opinion, it is possible that these grandmother oaks would agree to voluntarily sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the wider community. Relatives and creatures of the more than human world, like Colonel the dog, often have a way of offering their priceless gifts to us.
Can you conclude, please?
But let us honor this generosity. Let us only accept it when we are 100% certain we have exhausted every other possible option. Let us only accept their sacrifice when we are sure it is willingly given.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Zachary Rogers, Patricia S., Kaylee Olgerson, Harnawaz Boparai, and Ryan Lewis. If you could please make your way down and stand in the center. Zachary Rogers, Patricia S., Kaylee Olgerson, Harnawaz.
Zachary prepared to speak? Who's Zachary? Is Zachary here?
Okay, we'll move to Patricia S. Kaylee?
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Kaylee Olgerson, and I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce and our member businesses throughout the Sacramento County to express our strong support for the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project. This project is a forward-looking investment that delivers clean energy, preserves open space, and enhances the long-term value of this county asset. It will produce sustainable, renewable power for local residents and bring meaningful investment to the county. Additionally, this project will also create significant construction phase employment and ongoing operational work, supporting our regional workforce and contributing to sustained economic activity. This project reflects the kind of balanced, future-ready development that positions Sacramento County for long-term environmental and economic resilience. We encourage your support to move this important project forward. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you.
Before I swear, can everybody hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh. It's automated. Hi, I'm Harnawaz, and I swear in. So far, great opinions and all that stuff from everybody. Before I give my thing, I'm just going to say this. No matter where you are on the stance, we all care about Sacramento County. That's why we're here in the first place, whether it's the people here in the desk or people behind me. I'm an urban wildlife ecologist. I've worked with wildlife and with nature-friendly practices all over California, both in the urban and the natural areas. So when I come forth with things, I'm thinking about it both from an ecological side of things, but also from a cultural side of things. So I do oppose the project, and I will give only just 2 points so I can get this across quickly. One of the things, it's very easy for all of us to think about things, whether it's putting a price tag on nature or putting a price tag on economics and such, what we need for profits and such. Things like renewable energy. But the other thing too that is just as important, it's hard to quantify, but think about access to nature. I come from an immigrant family that was lucky enough to have access to nature in the Bay Area back when it was affordable. And what would we want for people in the future of Sacramento County to have access to nature years from now? Do you want your kids and your grandkids to see the nature that is in places like Coyote Creek, whether it's the oaks or the mesocarnivores like bobcats? That's just as important as the profits you get from the solar energy. That's the first thing. So everybody should have equitable access to nature, and that's something that is important to take away from this if we choose to say no to it. But number two is also the urban-wildlife interface. As an urban ecologist, people always talk about this idea of the urban-to-rural gradient. When we lose that rural area, it's actually important because as somebody who actually lived in LA during the fires when they happened, that happened because we didn't have that rural gradient. We didn't have fire-prone vegetation to keep things from being damaged to a minimum. That's why we should preserve it, not just for the sake of nature, but also for the sake of ourselves too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rain. I've been sworn. I am here in opposition because Coyote Creek has been misrepresented by site surveyors as the lowest quality land, which is simply untrue. It is actually one of the last intact biodiverse regions left in the area, full of blue oak trees, native wildflowers, vernal pools, and all of the wildlife that depends on them. All of which I have already seen myself, being a local to the White Rock area, be pushed to the edge by extensive development. To be very clear, I am not against solar. I support clean energy, but we all know there are better places to source it, even if it is slightly more challenging. If we actually care about the very avoidable environmental impact, that's where solar belongs first. The rules laid out in the county's own general plan states that these energy facilities should minimize impact, which this project very much will not. Even the surrounding Prairie City area, which is covered in almost nothing but dead grass most of the year, would make more sense than destroying the ecologically valuable habitat when a less sensitive area is right next door. The premise is that this project will create clean energy. That clean energy benefit does not outweigh the environmental impact required, and planting a few saplings after the fact and calling it rehabilitation cannot replace the mature oak woodlands. The pollinators, the birds, the mammals, the wildflowers. Once this ecosystem is gone, it's permanently gone. The energy the solar panels produce will not come even close to replacing that of the ecosystem which is planning to be erased. Clean energy is important, but not at the cost of plowing down acres of the very ecosystem that we're trying to save. Kindly, we're asking to choose a smarter, less sensitive, less valuable site. Don't sacrifice irreplaceable habitat when so many better alternatives exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Patricia S., Ryan Lewis, Megan Shumway, Mike Savino, Nate Hatterley, and Erica Taylor. Ryan Lewis, Megan Shumway, Mike Savino, Nate Hatterley, Eric Taylor.
Madam Clerk, can the members of the public in our meeting rooms, can they see the list?
We have staff members that are in each of the hearing rooms in our overflow that are listening and sending them down. Some of the folks that signed up they signed up early this morning, so they may have left.
All right. So we are going to ask one more time, is Ryan Lewis here? Okay, we are moving on.
Megan Shumway.
Hi, I'm Megan Shumway. I support rooftop solar, and solar projects have been well thought out. I don't think this is one of them. As you may know, I'm involved in a lot of climate organizations, and I belong to the Climate Coalition of Sacramento that brought you the Climate Emergency Declaration. I don't think you can do justice to that declaration if you take out one of the biggest carbon sinks we have in the county, which is those 3,500 odd oak trees. Saplings are never going to replace that, not even in the lifetime of the photovoltaic project. They will not, if they were all growing well, they would still not be what those trees are now. And I don't see how you can meet your climate emergency goals by taking out a major carbon sink. And that's my main thing. But then the other thing is the agrivoltaics was meant to be on agricultural land that was in use, not land that gets made into something. And I don't think there's going to be much pasture growing underneath those solar panels for anybody to graze on, especially since they need to compact the soil. It's very difficult to germinate a pasture under that. And it just doesn't make sense to me. It should be, if you're going to do it on grazing land, do it on grazing land that's already there, not on something you think you're making. I think that this project needs to be rethought.
Great, thank you. And you have been sworn, right?
I have been sworn.
Oh, hi. My name is Mike Savino. I have been sworn. With the indulgence of the board, I'd like to ask all those who are present here that have any reason to oppose this project to please either stand or raise your hand. I think we all know that each of these individuals represents 100 or more individuals at home who couldn't be here. I think we should take that into consideration. I attended your planning commission meeting that discussed this project, and I'll tell you there were times when I had a feeling of unreality. I felt like the child in the old story about the emperor and his new clothes. If you remember, the emperor walked down the road and the adults were all saying what beautiful clothing he wears, while the children were looking at each other saying, what the, are these people blind? Don't they see this guy is stark naked? What am I talking about? The emperor here is this project. The clothing is the mitigation. To say, the adults in the room would say, well, this mitigation's fine. You cut down one tree, you plant one tree. Isn't that great? But any clear-eyed child could see, wait a minute, something wrong here. You're cutting down a tree that's 40 feet tall. It took half a century to grow, and you're going to replace it with one little 1-inch sprout? I mean, that's a joke. I'm being kind to say it's a joke. It's actually an obscenity. So a vote yes for this project is not a vote for photovoltaics. It's a vote for a shady real estate deal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Nate Hatterley. I have been sworn in, and I live in Elk Grove, which is near this project. In 2022, the California Energy Commission adopted an opt-in program where solar projects could elect to go through the state CEQA review, essentially circumvent local land use law. The developer could have easily withdrawn their application, and I commend them for actually maintaining their application with the Sacramento County. I do think that it is important to interact with the community during their development, so I appreciate this opportunity. And I think that we need to show that the developer is making the right choice by going through this proper channel, proper way of doing this. And I would encourage you to approve the project and show that the state and local government still functions. I also want to highlight the fact that it took 5 years to build the Hoover Dam, and it took 4 years to build the Golden Gate Bridge, and I don't understand why this is taking longer to get to this moment on this project, just to get to the hearing today. So thank you, and I encourage a yes vote on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eric Taylor. I have been sworn in. I'm here to ask for your support for this project. This project shows renewable energy and conservation can work hand in hand. With the conservation easements and partnerships built into this plan, large areas of land will permanently be preserved for open space and grazing. That was a much better outcome than the environment and community than housing subdivisions in industrial development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joe Thompson. I live and work in Sacramento. I've occasionally visited the Prairie City State Recreation Area over the years. I have to say, I think the benefits that this is extending in this area will help a lot. I would love to live in a world where I just plug things in and the power doesn't come from anywhere, but unfortunately it's got to come from somewhere. And this happens to be an area where there's a family that is fighting to keep their land in their family and have been fighting for years, trying to find a way to get through it. They found a plan to do it at the least invasive as possible. As mentioned, they would be more than welcome to sell it to developers and work through a whole other thing of building thousands and thousands of properties or houses on those lots. So at least there's a partial end game at 35 years. If it's houses built on there, there's no end game. It's completely gone. They do have some improvements going into the project and going into Prairie City, which I think will help the people that use that property for any of their recreational uses. So I really appreciate and hope you would vote to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Marcus Gomez, and I've been sworn in. Chair Cerna, this reminds me of the cardboard hearings with EVs versus combustible engines. You know, the state mandates us for more electricity, more electrical homes, more electrical vehicles, more. You need this grid. You need this project in order to fulfill those mandates. For the people that oppose this, you can't have it both ways, okay? Either you want to do all electric and you want to clean the air, or you want to keep things the way they are. So with that, I want to say thank you for hearing me, and I approve this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Alan Carter. I have been sworn. I live in Sacramento. I'm a SMUD ratepayer. Coyote Creek represents responsible progress. It's primarily what I want to speak on. It balances clean power generation with open space protection. It supports local labor with good paying jobs, very important for our community, and provides a regional climate benefit by reducing emissions. Approving this project is an investment in a cleaner, more sustainable future for Sacramento County. Please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Bernardo. I've been sworn. I'm a retired state park ranger and park superintendent, and I live in Sacramento County. I'm also a past director and executive committee member for California State Park Rangers Association, a 500-member professional association established in 1964. In September, at our annual membership meeting in Columbia, Seaspray membership, after careful consideration, voted unanimously to oppose this project on this site. A letter of opposition detailing several concerns has been submitted to the board. We have reviewed the final EIR, and Seaspray's original concerns have not been remedied. Under Chapter 9, the name Aerojet is mentioned 257 times in the EIR. Why wasn't Aerojet property adjacent to White Rock Road even mentioned as an alternative? Already cleared of most trees, it has a substantial ground disturbance from previous use. There is already a 6-megawatt solar farm on the property with gen tie-in. Then under Chapter 16, as described in Chapters 3 through 15 of this EIR, the proposed project would result in significant and unavoidable impacts to aesthetics and tribal cultural resources. That's unacceptable. And finally, I reviewed the 114-page comment letter signed by at least 9 conservation groups. Their final recommendation is that the proposed project site not be approved and that either another less damaging site be selected or the no action alternative be identified as the most appropriate choice in complying with numerous laws and regulations governing the species and their habitats that occur on the proposed site. Supervisors, this project contains far too many negative outcomes and no alternatives for you to make an informed decision. Please vote no on this project.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Martin. I have been sworn. I am a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Coincidentally, today I learned the word for oak tree and acorn in my native language. So I took it as a sign from my relations, the Oaks, to come speak today. I only exist today because my ancestors survived 500 years of genocide at the hands of the Spanish, the British, and the US government. And because my 5 times great-grandmother escaped the Trail of Tears, and my grandfather's generation stood under a live oak in Florida to resist the termination of our national sovereignty. The oaks remain an important symbol in my tribe, to our relations that were removed to Oklahoma, and to the many indigenous communities that are still here. I mention this to show what it took for me and some of those oaks to stand here today still. Some of these oaks predate the gold rush, the state-sponsored genocide of Indian communities, and statehood itself. These oaks are just as much my relations as the ones my tribe gather under to this day. I'm not here to ask you to allow these oaks to remain. I'm here to tell you that they aren't yours to destroy. Their destruction would more than impact tribal cultural resources. It would be a continued genocide of these lands and the people who hold these trees as sacred. Do you and the owners of this parcel intend to be a party to this genocide or to be responsible stewards for the next 7 generations? Thank you. Shinabish, land back.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Mark Rodriguez. I have been sworn and I live in Sacramento. I'm speaking today in support of the project. It takes projects such as this one, a project that is also essential to combat climate change, to drive preservation efforts in Sacramento County, including at the ranch. Mitigation is a huge reason why we have many of our preserved lands in the region. This project ensures that a large portion of the ranch, including most of the oak trees, is avoided and preserved. Without this project, a lot more oaks would remain susceptible to future development. We are all trying to make a living, and this project provides a good solution to ensure the ranch remains viable resources and that they are preserved. I look forward to seeing this project developed, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Troy Vickers. I have been sworn. I live in Sacramento. This thing's raising. Uh-oh.
Just your imagination.
Okay. Oh, it's adjusting to me. All right. All right. But I think the benefits of a carbon-free future far outweigh the tree impacts from this project. Looking at the big picture, the site is 1,400 acres of solar, enough to power 44,000. They are impacting 3,500 trees. That's only about 2.5 oak trees per acre of solar developed. That's a reasonable trade-off to make to get our clean energy goals. Meanwhile, they are replanting every tree lost and also preserving many thousand more trees in conservation easements. The carbon emissions saved from this project will probably eclipse the carbon stored in those trees in a couple of hours of solar generation. This project is a no-brainer for approval, and they have gone above and beyond to reduce impacts to trees. And we need clean energy. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have been sworn in. My name is David Workman. I'm a retired Sacramento County Deputy Sheriff, and I live in Fair Oaks. I think the proposed mitigation is a huge win for Sacramento County. A lot of folks at the last minute have been saying that they want preservation at Barton Ranch. This proposal preserves a huge portion of the ranch from any future development. We need solar energy, but there aren't many locations in Sacramento to build it. A lot of thought and investment went into sitting on this parcel, and it's obvious they are preserving the areas that matter the most. And they even reduced impacts further in the EIR. This will preserve most of the oak woodlands on the ranch forever. The replanting effort is just icing on the cake. Please approve this project. It's a win to help us meet both our reduction and preservation goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Wilson, and I've been sworn in. Renewable projects like Coyote Creek are critical for meeting SMUD's 2030 zero carbon plan. This project not only helps achieve that target, but it does so while respecting the land, protecting oak trees, and continuing to allow grazing. It's a model for how we should build clean energy in Sacramento County. Please support this important project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Weber, and I live in Rancho Marietta. I have been sworn. The hundreds of construction jobs this project will generate will have a real positive impact on our community. These workers will spend money locally during construction, staying in hotels, eating at restaurants, spending money at local businesses. I am glad to hear they will utilize well-paid and experienced union workers. We have a great community here, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear some of the workers stay for good after construction. There are also operational jobs for the project, and I was excited to see the announcement on Desree's website that they have opened an office in Rancho Marietta. This shows that they intend to have a lasting presence in the community. Coyote Creek will increase full-time jobs in the region and contribute to California's modern and increasingly green economy. Please support this project.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Logan Reed, and I've been sworn in. I live in Rancho Marietta, and it sounds like Desiree also owns and operates the Slough House Solar Project. I drive past that project often and watch the construction process. I have to say, I was impressed at what I saw. The project constructed quickly, and the site was orderly. The roads were clean, and now that the construction is completed, the site looks well managed. The project isn't really visible until you are very close to it, and I was curious to see online that Desiree also owns other projects in Sacramento as well. Seeing the construction process that Desiree carried out in Slough House gives me comfort that they will responsibly develop Coyote Creek. We need renewable projects such as this to meet our carbon reduction goals. Slough House being right next door shows that Coyote Creek isn't going to be some sort of industrial wasteland. Coyote Creek will be constructed and managed by a group with a track record of success in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Bill Romanelli. I have been sworn. No matter how many times I do this, I still get a little nervous coming up here, so I appreciate your time. I'm here to support the Coyote Creek project for a couple of reasons. First of all, it does provide a vital and necessary new source of renewable energy. I know I don't have to tell anybody on this board about how important that is as you get ready to implement CARB's Advanced Clean Fleets rule coming up next year and the demands that's going to have on electrification and energy. Couple that with the reality of AI and the data centers. I know SMUD is already getting several inquiries on those, some of which they say they can do, some of which they say they can't. We're going to have huge demands on our energy. We need a new source of renewable energy to meet those demands. And in the short term, honestly, if SMUD doesn't need the energy right away, it can sell it. And as a publicly owned utility, when they have that kind of revenue, they have to reinvest that in our community, in new infrastructure, in new services and programs, or in just keeping our costs for electricity low. So for that reason, that's a good reason to support it. I also know there are concerns related to the land and conservation, but to emphasize what was said in the staff report, the EIR shows that we are going to preserve 1,150 acres of land with this project. It is temporary, and the land has to be restored to its original condition when the project is up. Furthermore, if somebody wants to develop the land after that fact, there has to be additional considerations for land conservation. So it really is a win for habitat protection in the area. So to sum up, I urge you to support the project. It provides a vital and necessary source of renewable energy that we need, and it has land protections in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Diane Osorio, and I've been sworn. I am the Motherlode Chapter Director of Sierra Club. I'm here with all the people that are asking you to oppose this project. I will also want you to kind of imagine how terrible this project has to be in order for the Sierra Club to oppose a renewable project. We have our own bureaucratic process, and it took a lot, but it's so bad that I'm here today. I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's so terrible. This project proposes to destroy over 4,000 native trees, including more than 3,500 mature oaks. Some of these trees are over 100 years old, and nearly 1,700 of them are legacy trees, meaning that they are over 16 inches in diameter. Sacramento is not a one-to-one, it's a one-to-one per inch. So that means like the mitigations weren't met as they've been stated. The loss of the largest trees among the trees slated for removal are some of the largest in the region. We've calculated that if this project goes through, it would destroy a third of Sacramento County oak trees. The impacts to endangered species is the destruction of this land will wipe out habitat for dozens of listed species, including those that rely on oak woodlands and vernal pool ecosystems. The proposed project will not only remove habitat, but also fragment the landscape, making it harder for wildlife to survive. This project threatens over 1,400 acres of native grassland blue oak, woodland oak, savanna, and vernal pools. Habitats that are already rare and declining in California. These habitats are critical for supporting biodiversity, and once destroyed, they are gone forever. We cannot mitigate for that.
Can you please wrap your comments?
I know that more people will talk about it. We've been working on this for 5 years, and we're prepared to go all the way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Bemis, and I've been sworn.
You can bring the mics down to you. There you go.
Thank you, I'm not a pro. Okay, so I live in Folsom. I've been in the Sacramento area since 1991, so I've seen the growth in the housing. And a few years ago, I decided that I was going to put all my energy into one cause, and the cause is land conservation. To have the open space available for clean air and clean water for animals and plants to thrive, and also for recreational uses. So I just wanted to point to the Sacramento Bee editorial that suggested declining this and coming back maybe with a smaller scale project, and then working with land conservation groups for the additional land. And I thought that that was a pretty good solution. I see the need for the solar development, absolutely, but the devastation to the environment and the environmental impacts, I just don't think that they're addressed in the right manner for this project. So thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you.
Gail Merchant, and I have been sworn. I'm a Folsom resident, and I see the mountains and hills of houses that have been built up and apartments, and I do not want more of that. I moved to Folsom to have this nice, cute little white picket fence area, and the trees are all gone. I get that. But this project, I'm voting yes for because it's not taking out as many trees as there are houses that will be planted in every corner. Traffic, my dad is 83 years old. Oak trees are falling. He can't afford to have them trimmed. It's just, we need to have some control, and I think putting that Coyote plant there will have some control in that area because of the solar plant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Carol Witham, and I've been sworn. I'm a retired environmental consultant, and I've done a lot of work in this area of Sacramento County. And I have to say that while I support solar energy entirely, this is the wrong site. In the mitigation plan, Mike Savino called it the emperor with no clothes. I think it's closer to lipstick on a pig. The plan will not compensate for the losses that will be made of this incredible habitat. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you.
I'm John Armstrong, and I've been sworn. I'm from Rockland, not too far away. I'm with the Sierra Club. Sacramento County shouldn't be directly participating in the fifth mass extinction that humans are doing to the planet. You really need to stop deleting natural ecosystems. You need to put solar farms and urban development on fallowed farmland that doesn't have oak woodlands on it, like, for instance, the rice fields. Because, like almonds, 80% of the output is going to enemy countries. So that land should be considered as expendable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Lene Davis, and I am a TK through 8th grade librarian and garden coordinator at LOS, the Language Academy of Sacramento. As lives and technology become more complex, it becomes easier to think of ourselves as urban people and forget about our natural environment and appreciate how rare it is. After starting and managing 2 school gardens over the last 25 years, I realized that school gardens are one way to educate students about growing food. It's a whole different and complex endeavor to teach them about natural and wild ecosystems. From the billions of bacteria in the soil to observing wild native honeybees living in the mature oak on our campus, I realized that it is impossible to humanly engineer the ecosystem seen in the Coyote Creek oak woodland. Once it's gone forever. For the future of our young people, humans have to think of themselves as the stewards of the land. The human capacity to modify our environment necessitates responsibility to understand environmental change and its ramifications. 15 years ago, nature deficit syndrome was recognized, and it is a very real problem for the screen-addicted children today. It should be with our knowledge and heart that we mitigate that by preserving the dwindling percentage of natural land left. There are alternatives available for SMUD. They may not be the easiest, but they are the correct choice. Think big. You will not regret saving these oak woodlands that are teeming with life and have the potential to help children with nature deficit disorder. Kids need your support, and doing the right thing by preventing this project from going forward will help all of our communities. We have already lost 80% of our forests that once were on this planet. Newly planted trees cannot make up for all the wildlife loss by killing older trees. We actually plant little acorns, the kids do, for the Sacramento Tree Foundation, which, by the way, is totally supported by SMUD.
Can you conclude, please?
Yes, okay. Conclusion is I totally oppose this project.
Ms. Davis, for the record.
My name is Cole Spake, and I've been sworn. I'm here today in support of the project, and just listening to the past today, I've been surprised to hear all the environmental opposition, considering that it's a project that's going to be preserving over 1,000 acres of land, which is pretty impressive to me. It seems rather straightforward here. Either the project is approved and a considerable amount of land is saved and we get a carbon-free source of energy, or it's not approved, nothing is preserved, and we'll lose 200 megawatts of renewable energy that's just ready to go. That seems like a tremendous amount. If it's not approved, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen to this property, something that seems not great to have up in the air. After listening to the past couple SMUD board meetings,
said that they were ignored. So if I come to your house and say I'm going to burn down your house, and then I put on my website that I consulted with you and use that as justification to burn it down anyway, I don't think that's really sufficient. So, long story short, I think that you should find a new place to build this solar plant because it doesn't make sense as presented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Bartel, and I have been sworn. I'm an environmental scientist for the state of California and a member of CAPS UAW 1115. There are significant concerns over the manner in which this project was approved by SMUD. Obviously, they're not here, and that's concerning for many of us. Approving this project as it stands will continue to erode public trust in our government's ability to lead us through the climate crisis. And having been in other rooms that look like this recently, I know that it would mean that you all would assume some of the resentment that is reserved for them. We all know that there is scientific consensus that we are racing towards complete climate collapse. But did we all know that the best available climate data shows that we will begin suffering some of the most severe consequences of our failure in the coming few decades? Within the lifetime of this project, within my lifetime, within many of the lifetimes of many people in this room, I hope that timeline holds weight. Revegetating sounds great, but we simply don't have the time available to revegetate fully grown oak trees that are providing this habitat. Should development be proposed here at a future date, many of us are prepared to fight that too. As a union member and a professional scientific labor organization, I fully support the need to meet our climate goals and reach carbon neutrality by way of green energy projects, particularly those utilizing high-paying union labor. However, we cannot do that by destroying the ecosystems that we're claiming to protect. I also deeply empathize with the ranchers who seem to sincerely care about conservation. But what I'm hearing is that it sounds like they would otherwise love to conserve all of this land if money were not the problem. And I think that proves the entire point that a lot of us are trying to make here. This is about money. I hope they consider also what the indigenous people who steward that land before them would prefer for them to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy, and I have been sworn in. Floods, fires, droughts, hurricanes, coral reefs dying, biodiversity collapse, all because we put too much carbon into the atmosphere. Everyone focuses on emissions from fossil fuel, but that is only part of the equation. You could plaster solar panels in every corner of the state, but unless you sequester carbon, the horrible consequences of our emissions will only get worse. Carbon is stored in the soil by native trees, shrubs, and grasses that evolved with the microbes in the soil. This is part of the reason for the 30 by 30 project that the state of California has been implementing to protect 30% of California's wildlands by the year 2030. As we speak, the state has been spending millions of dollars on satellite imagery to measure tree and vegetation to get an idea of how much carbon is currently being stored. A 200-year-old blue oak tree sequesters 4.6 metric tons of carbon a year, just one. A designation of grazing land by the state in relation to farming is not a measure of biodiversity and carbon capture capability. This project is not about climate change if you destroy the carbon sequestration capability of this land. Not to mention that tree species are a keystone species. Keystone because they host over 300 moth and butterfly species, meaning their caterpillars evolved to feed on the oak trees. So you'll be killing generations of wild birds and insects contributing to biodiversity collapse, not to mention the vernal pools. Personally, I would love to park under a solar panel in the middle of summer in a parking lot, put solar panels in every commercial building. There's plenty of options. Restore native wildlands, sequester carbon. That creates moisture. And if you're not thinking that way, you're just part of the problem. Be problem solvers.
Thank you.
My name is Joellen Arnold, and I have been sworn. I'm a proud supporter and recipient of SMUD's Greenergy Power, pay extra for green power every month. However, I'm here to speak for protection of the blue oak woodlands, creeks, and grasslands which will be lost to this project if it's approved. I'm here to speak for the native creatures and plants of this area, particularly the bats. I work with NorCal Bats, caring for injured and orphaned bats and educating the public about bats. Bats are what I know. Many of Northern California's 17 bat species live and forage in the area proposed for development. California's state bat, the amazing pallid bat, forages in the grasslands for large invertebrates and roosts in tree hollows in old blue oaks. Hoary bats and red bats roost in the tree canopies and hunt moths and beetles in flight amongst the trees. The tiny canyon bat and several myota species forage for insects, and roost in tree cavities and under the bark of mature blue oaks, as does the larger big brown bat. For the bats who depend on mature oaks and even on the dead and dying oaks, and for every other native inhabitant of the habitat to be disturbed, please do not approve this project.
Thank you.
I believe we have a 15-minute block for our group, the coalition.
How many speakers are you representing?
We retired 7 or 8.
Okay. You don't have to use the full 15 minutes.
Certainly, we don't have to. I know you've listened to a lot already, so thank you for your attention to our comments as well.
So just please do make sure to state your name and that you've been sworn.
Yes, we have all been sworn in collectively. My name is Rose Wynn. Good to see you all again. I'm the Natural Resources Consultant for California Four-Wheel Drive Association, and I'm also speaking tonight in representation of not only Cal Four-Wheel, but the American Motorcycle Association District 36, the Motorcycle Industry Council, the American Sand Association, and Blue Ribbon Coalition. Collectively, our organizations represent hundreds of thousands of off-highway vehicle recreationists, including tens of thousands that utilize Prairie City SVRA on a regular, ongoing basis. You might have noticed that the first PowerPoint submitted by Desiree for their presentation today included the California State Parks logo on the title slide as a project sponsor, and that was later removed in their updated presentation because California State Parks is not a sponsor of this project, nor is Prairie City SVRA, nor is the OHV community of users of Prairie City SVRA. You've received comment letters from our organizations, which I hope that you've taken time to review comprehensively, and we call your attention to the fact that the final EIR for this project is fatally flawed, legally, procedurally, and substantively. Despite thousands of pages of documentation, the FEIR still fails to meet the minimum standards of CEQA, Public Resource Code, the California Endangered Species Act, and your own Sacramento County Planning and Zoning Code. These failures are not minor clerical issues. They strike at the core of environmental review and make this FEIR impossible for you to certify responsibly. First, the FEIR consistently misrepresents and understates impacts to Prairie City, which is one of the most heavily used and economically productive OHV parks in California. Prairie City draws over 100,000 visitors each year and generates $59 million annually in economic output. That far exceeds the revenue claimed by the solar project. Prairie City provides Sacramento County with $9 million revenue in annual tax revenue alone. Desiree claimed that this project will generate $67 million in tax revenue over a 20-year period, while Prairie City contributes 3 times that amount, $180 million in that same 20-year period. Assuming the giant if that Prairie City does not plummet in use as anticipated as a result of an industrial-scale solar development being put in exactly next door. Prairie City employs 385 permanent jobs. While this project will bring in a temporary surge of brief construction-oriented jobs, their permanent jobs will be fewer than 10, the majority of which are for cleaning and maintenance of the panels. So you have a handful of jobs that are permanent for ongoing use of this solar project. Again, if Prairie City does not plummet in use, the comparison of valuable jobs versus what already exists contributing to Sacramento County economy are not comparable. Second, the FEIR still fails to address encroachment into Prairie City SVRA and the requirements of the Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Recreation Act. Adjacent development that impairs recreation quality, public safety, wildlife management, or even event operations is expressly prohibited under Public Resource Code 5090.24. Yet the county never consulted with the OHMVR Commission, never held a legally required public hearing, and never evaluated the consistency of the project with the Prairie City Wildlife Habitat Protection Plan or the final adopted version of the Roads and Trails Management Plan. These omissions constitute direct statutory violations. They are not merely discretionary oversights. Third, the FEIR does not disclose or mitigate severe traffic and public safety hazards created by the use of White Rock Road and the Prairie City entrance as construction access routes. This is a 55-mile-per-hour divided expressway that's used daily by families hauling trailers, children attending riding classes, and thousands of event spectators. The FEIR acknowledges none of this. It ignores documented turning radius problems, sight distance hazards, queuing conflicts, and the cumulative risk of thousands of haul truck trips that are mixing with SVR ingress and egress. This violates CEQA's basic requirements to analyze foreseeable public safety risks. The mitigation measure offered is unenforceable, it's deferred, and it doesn't even include White Walk Road as the access point, which is the primary road that will bear the heaviest load of construction traffic and represents the highest ongoing conflict with recreationists at Prairie City SVRA. Fourth, the project's so-called agreements with Prairie City are entirely unenforceable. Statements in the FEIR and reiterated today that the developer will contribute over $2 million to the park are merely promises in good faith. They are not conditions of approval, they are not written into the use permit, and they are not bound by project successors if Desiree were to sell the project, which is common for renewable energy projects. The FEIR repeatedly states that the county understands and the applicant intends to make contributions, but intent is not mitigation. CEQA requires enforceable performance standards, binding conditions, and a clear mechanism to ensure successor liability. This project has none of that. Fifth, the FEIR contains significant new information that was never recirculated, including new dust analysis, new glare assessments, new coordination claims with state parks, new access route information, and a myriad of other new mitigation measures. CEQA is unequivocal. When new information is added that deprives the public of meaningful review, the EIR must be recirculated. Here, whole sections of the FEIR were rewritten that the DEIR comment period closed, and yet the public never had an opportunity to comment. This is one of the clear CEQA violations in the entire record. Finally, the FEIR fails to provide a stable, accurate, and complete environmental baseline. It ignores whole wildlife corridor disruptions. It omits the final road and trails plan. It mischaracterizes Prairie City operations, contradicts state parks' own comments that were submitted on the project, and bases its mitigation on future plans rather than enforceable requirements. The legal precedent is clear. Courts have thrown out EIRs like this for far, far less in violation. So for all of these reasons, legal, procedural, scientific, and practical, the county cannot in good conscience nor in good legal standing certify this FEIR. Doing so will expose the county to litigation, threaten the long-term viability of Prairie City SVRA, compromise public safety, and undermine the very credibility of Sacramento County's environmental review process. So we asked the board to deny certification of FEIR and deny approval of this project until it is legally compliant, recirculated, and prepared that fully addresses all of the deficiencies that we've noted and protects public lands and communities whom you have been elected to represent and protect. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Brendan Wills. I'm the Conservation Program Coordinator for the California Native Plant Society State Office. I have been sworn. The narrow ribbons of undeveloped acres on the project site will be so fragmented by the solar development that they will have little habitat value. They are narrower than the minimum width that CDFW recommends for habitat connectivity, let alone usable habitat. The heat islands from the panels may doom the preserved trees. These preserved lands will not contribute to the conservation goals of the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan. Despite proposed mitigation, there will be net loss of oak canopy. Blue oaks are one of California's slowest growing oak species. This tree is 3 years old. Any trees surviving to the end of the 7-year term of mitigation wouldn't be much more than a foot tall. The trees on the project site very well may be some of the largest documented blue oaks in the state. Please see the overhead if you're able to. The Gathering Growth Foundation has identified some of the largest oak trees of several species across the nation. Their champion blue oak is 46.5 inches in diameter. We estimate this could be as much as 600 years old. There are 38 trees proposed for the removal in the arborist's report that are larger than the tree in this picture. The largest tree proposed for removal is 67 inches in diameter. This could be close to 900 years old. There are nearly 1,800 heritage oaks 16 inches in diameter or larger, approximately 200 years old. There are 200 blue oaks over 3 feet in diameter, approximately 500-year ballpark. Outside of blue oaks, there's a 75-inch diameter valley oak, an 81-inch cottonwood tree, all proposed for removal.
Good evening. My name's Kim Delfino, and I have been sworn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I urge you to reject the Coyote project, not because I oppose renewable energy. In fact, I've worked for many years in favor and trying to move renewable energy forward, but because we can and should do better than the projects that is currently before you. Chairman Cerna, you asked the question at the beginning of this. You said, if the project is rejected, what will be forfeit? But the question should really be asked, what will be lost if this project is approved? As you've heard, the Barton Ranch has the last best intact rare oak woodland in the county, with some of the biggest and oldest oaks in the valley, if not the state. Instead of destroying and fragmenting what the family has stewarded for so long, a viable economic alternative would be to secure a conservation easement over the entirety of the project site that could be worth at least $20 million. Not only does this project destroy old growth, but its mitigation is flawed. A sapling cannot replace old growth. And even if every planted sapling survives, and they won't, it would take generations for them to provide the ecological values that would be lost. This kind of mitigation isn't just uncertain, unenforceable, and ecologically ineffective. It is, quite frankly, wishful thinking. This project also violates the county's longstanding policies to protect its remaining oak woodlands and to prioritize renewable energy on disturbed and degraded lands, not some of the most ecologically intact lands left. Approving Coyote Solar would signal that the county's policies are merely optional and not guiding principles. Rejecting Coyote Solar sends a clear message that Sacramento County will pursue renewable energy responsibly and not recklessly.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Markowska, and I'm here on behalf of Defenders of Wildlife, and I've been sworn in. The developer's presentation highlighted the Slough House Solar Project as an example of how solar panels can follow the terrain. This comparison is misleading. Slough House is a fundamentally different site, relatively flat with minimal topography and far fewer biological constraints. In fact, Defenders of Wildlife supported the Slough House project as it demonstrated what responsible renewable energy siting looks like. Coyote Creek is opposite, an inappropriate site with high-level habitat and rolling hills. Additionally, this project greatly threatens access for those of us with disability to access to nature. As a Sacramento resident and as someone with disabilities, I rely on local, accessible outdoor spaces. Prairie City is one of the few places locally where people with disabilities can experience true nature and outdoor recreation, not an experience next to industrial use. The recently approved road and trail management plan that adds dedicated accessible camping areas and provides a rare opportunity for disabled people to enjoy nature together with their families. Coyote Creek's scale and incompatibility jeopardizes both existing and planned ADA facilities and therefore threatens the ability for those of us who are disabled to recreate in nature. For many of us with disabilities, losing this space is simply unacceptable. For those reasons, I respectfully urge you to deny the certification of the FEIR and to deny approval of the Coyote Creek project. I've also provided copies of comments from 100 local defenders, members, and supporters who oppose this project. Thank you.
Sean Worth, Sierra Club, sworn. I wanted to first note that it's a false flag to say that residential communities will spring up like weeds if this project doesn't come through. That'll be decades down the line. We were very interested to see what true mitigation looked like in the description provided by the Sacramento Tree Foundation. So in that effort, I did a bit of research, found out they did a tree planting out at the Deer Creek Hills. They had an open hike day 2 weekends ago. I went out there to take a look myself. I asked the docent, could you please direct me to the location for where these plantings are? I went there. I was hoping to see beautiful trees, many beautiful trees, because we're relying upon these plantings to make up for the temporal loss of these oak woodlands. What I found was basically big empty grids, lots of dead trees, turned over tree sleeves, 80% mortality rate after 3 years. I want to work with the county going forward because that's a big concern, if that's your acceptable tree mitigation levels. I want to leave you with an image that's really stuck with me and haunted me. And it's an image of these folks that are volunteers to the Tree Foundation walking out there with their buckets to collect these acorns for these new trees. Were these guys told that their president of the board is also the high-paid consultant for this project? Were they informed that the greenwashing could help this project get approved? Were they told that some of those acorns in that bucket came from trees that are as old as Shakespeare, if not older? Were they given any Shakespeare quotes? I don't think so, but had I been there, I would have suggested, in this our life, exempt from public haunts, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. So with all the information they were given, edified by this quote, did they feel the tragedy of their unknowing participation in the silencing of these ancient remnants of a bygone era of bards who spoke the truth to the generations that would follow, or the profound sadness and the realization that science, climate change, drought, wildfire, and all the vicissitudes of an unbound world unveiling to them that a new generation will not grow to replace the ancient ones lost because of this project? Silence will be the only harvest when the tongues are ripped from these trees, and in that silence, everything will not be good.
Thank you.
And that will be your legacy.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara Washburn, and I've been sworn. I'm a member of Third Act Sacramento. I was also a board member of the Slough House Resource Conservation District for 6 years, so worked closely with one member of the family that owns the Barton Ranch. Having worked with farmers on the Slough House Board and lived in Wilton for over 25 years, I know that they are an independent bunch. They make a multitude of decisions on a regular basis that affect the success of their business, including what is the best use of their land. But the interests of ranchers must be balanced with the interest of the public. There is no denying that a massive project like Coyote Creek does not belong in one of the few remaining blue oak woodlands in the county. The proposed project would destroy thousands of blue oaks, as others have spoken to eloquently, and the habitat they provide, as well as cultural resources, recreational opportunities, and in my view, the most scenic road in the county. We think the supervisors should reject this project. We believe there is a less environmentally damaging alternative that will meet the goals of the ranchers and the energy needs of SMUD. The next several speakers will address the elements of such an approach that downsizes and reconfigures the project so it complies with the resource conservation area in the general plan, takes advantage of available state funding for ranch land preservation, and meets SMUD's energy goals. It's presented an overview in this handout, which I think all of you should have. We hope you will recognize the reasonableness of this approach and refuse to move forward with the destruction of precious county resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Steve Schweigert, and I've been sworn. I work with local landowners who are interested in conserving their lands. The project supporters continue to use a boogeyman in this case of residential development sprouting on this property. You should be aware that the state purchased an easement over the northern 1,000 acres of the property in 2005 that specifically prohibits residential development. It does not prohibit a solar farm or any other use of the property, but there won't be any houses while Prairie City exists. The other thing is that this property is outside the urban service boundary, and Planning Director Smith already went through the challenges that would be involved, since that is a permanent boundary, at least in theory. There is a great conservation option for this property, and the property owners say that they need some help to make their ranch viable. As I mentioned, they were purchased an easement by Prairie City in 2005 that was worth $3.4 million, so they did receive that funding. And conservation easements in this area are currently appraising at $10,000 per acre. We just there was a press release today for property, just 2 properties south of this, which appraised for that amount, and we were awarded a sustainable ag land conservation easement from the State Department of Conservation. The purpose of that program is to protect lands that are threatened by development, and this is a perfect candidate for that grant funding source. If you were to protect 2,000 acres of this property, that would amount to $20 million that would help the family to keep their land in sustainable ranching. Local projects have been very competitive in that grant funding source. In fact, just last month, there were $15 million in awards made to projects in the SACOG region.
Can you please wrap your comments, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Applications are due January 15th. We hope you'll apply.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pat Ferris, co-founder of Third Act, and I've been sworn. The Coyote Creek project as designed should be rejected. The Coyote Creek solar project footprint could be reduced to about 1/4 of its proposed size without jeopardizing SMUD's 2030 goal of generating 3,400 megawatts of new clean energy. In April of this year, SMUD staff presented an update on its clean energy plan showing that the district was 90% of the way to meeting the goal through a combination of solar, wind, geothermal, carbon capture projects. The Coyote Creek project was included in that count. Since then, SMUD has secured additional commitments for 3 more new solar power and battery storage projects that would increase the total plan output to 3,600 megawatt, as opposed to the 3,400 that in April SMUD said was required for its 2030 goals. So this has made it possible to reduce the output of the Coyote Creek project to just 100 megawatts while still achieving SMUD's overall clean energy goal. We estimate that the scaled down project, including battery storage, could be located on 300 acres of Barton Ranch, west of Scott Road, and outside of the county's Oak Woodland Resource Conservation Area. This would bring the project into compliance with the general plan and avoid the significant habitat, aesthetic, and compliance and cultural resource impacts identified in the final EIR. You can see that analysis on the handout that we gave to you. We highly encourage you to consider this alternative and to make that kind of alternative possible by rejecting this terrible proposal.
Hey, Ray. Good to see you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Cerner and supervisors. I'm Ray Trethewey. I'm retired from the Sacramento Tree Foundation in just under 40 years, and I was a city council member for the city of Sacramento for 10 years. As a longtime supporter of clean energy, I built my own solar passive home in 1979. I now live in a structural insulated panel home that needs no cooling in the summertime. It's still very comfortable. We use the Delta breeze at night to come in and cool the house off and then close it up in the day. I think in many ways you've been dealt what I would call a trilogy of tragedies. Number one, we've already heard about it. SMUD staff failed to do their due diligence early on the site evaluation. Number two, the county has ignored some of the principles within the general plan, which we've had up here on the thing. And number three, the Sacramento Tree Foundation failed to voice their objection to the complete destruction of an ecological valuable blue oak woodland. I urge you to consider to not compound these mistakes tonight. With your vote this afternoon, you can actually extend the longevity of these trees, which have lifespans to 150 to 300 years, to 600 years. And I was amazed to see the pictures that we already had. I brought a sample. I don't know if that can show up or not, but
Madam Clerk.
Too large perhaps. But the inner diameter is a blue oak at 100 years old on average from UC Davis. That means that the majority of those oaks are heritage oak trees. You know, we expect a heritage oak tree to be this large, but for the mighty blue oak, it's just this large. I was very puzzled to hear that the Planning Commission's testimony, after Planning Commission testimony, that the Sacramento Tree Foundation was in support of this project. I just wondered how that could happen. A few days later, I talked to the executive director, and she assured me that they weren't in support. They were neutral, neither supportive or against. So it made a little more sense to me. But I was also a bit worried when I'm over, aren't I?
Ray, as a matter of courtesy, since you gave your time at 10 years at the city council, I'm going to give you another minute, okay?
You're so kind. Thank you. But I guess what the puzzle I was trying to figure out why the Tree Foundation did it became clear today when they already were in contract to do the mitigation for the oak seedlings, and it was well publicized in logos and such on their brochures. And then I was even a little more puzzled or worried when I saw that the board president was in contract with the proponent, with the project proponent. So it just didn't add up to me. So I just wondered how far the mission has and purpose of the Tree Foundation has drifted. So I urge you a no vote today and ask that you request the project proponent to come back with a scaled down project at a better site that's good for everybody in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Callaghan, sworn in. Conclusion to these other four great speakers before me. We've been in touch with SMUD for the past several years over this project. SMUD presents that a trusted private energy developer, Desiree, whom they had partnered with in the past, originally characterized the Barton Ranch site as being low-value grazing land with no environmental significance. SMUD's contract team went ahead without adequate consultation from their environmental staff and accepted Desiree's representation without verification. Once SMUD entered into a power purchase agreement with Desiree, it constrained them from commenting on the Coyote Creek project. So you keep in mind why the heck SMUD isn't here right now. Okay. 5 years later, the project proponents have invested heavily in planning, engineering, and design. They have raised landowners' expectation, pit ranch preservation, union jobs, energy, clean energy goals, again, value of irreplaceable and unique conservation areas against each other. They threaten home development. I perceive Desiree's public project endorsements to be greenwashing at its worst, unethical and self-serving to be the point of untruthful. Others have mentioned this. Remember the man showing you how much an actual blue oak can grow in that limited time period? There are alternative options to achieve SMUD's energy goals and to support ranchers that would avoid this project's significant environmental destruction. Please reject the currently proposed Coyote Creek project and direct the parties to pursue an alternative path. Please research with SMUD what alternative solar development they are considering as options. Thank you.
Opuntoish Ka'awetak Opu, Alyssa Simmons. Hi, my name is Alyssa Simmons. I've been sworn. I'm Coast Miwok, and I'm here today as both a California Indigenous person and Sacramento constituent to oppose the Coyote Creek Solar Project. I'm extremely concerned with the tribal and cultural impacts associated with this current design, as well as the fact that the destruction of sacred sites is not considered a deal breaker, but rather an annoying obstacle to navigate around. That is modern-day colonialism, though it is not new. For centuries, we have been hearing the message that the systematic decimation of our peoples, animal relatives, land, and cultural resources is significant but unavoidable. Our considerations are always the first to be dismissed and ignored. Oak trees are sacred resources to California Native people. These elders demand respect and care as they create a reciprocal and symbiotic relationship with their surrounding ecosystems like no other. When you use words like sustainable and clean to describe this project, How can those terms possibly apply to the desecration of this irreplaceable area of biodiversity and cultural significance? Old-growth trees sequester carbon and create microclimates that newer trees cannot. One-to-one planting is not proportional when you are talking about the removal of old-growth trees. California is full of places that have already been ecologically disturbed by development and agriculture. There's no reason to put a solar farm in what little undisturbed blue oak woodland there is left. Doing that would be a heinous and grievous act of violence. I urge you to seriously consider the implications of this project on the tribal communities here in Sacramento and all of Northern California, and vote no on this project. Kamalish, thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Durston. I'm in District 2, and I'm opposed to the, I've been sworn. I'm opposed to this project because buildings, roads, and removal of trees is going to destroy all the wildlife, the birds and frogs and deer, the deer that migrate through there. I think they should follow the handout where the Barton Ranch can be preserved through a combination of conservation easements funded through the state's Sustainable Agriculture Land Conservation Program and lease revenue from a scaled-down solar project. And they could build on contaminated land if there's Aerojet and then McClellan is contaminated, and there's industrial sites in South Sacramento County. They're flat when they have no trees. Battery storage is dangerous. They have battery storage in Monterey County that burned, and the whole area is contaminated. So urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sky Cole, and I've been sworn in. And I've been a voting, tax-paying Sacramento resident and SMUD customer for 19 years. I support green energy. My uncle founded a major solar company in San Diego County called Solarponics. I've worked in the field myself. But I oppose a solar project at Coyote Creek. It violates the county's stated conservation and long-term ecology plans, and I feel its approval without a site inspection is negligent. It destroys 1,400 acres of grassland, vernal pools that are home to about 300 species, and about 4,800 old-growth oaks that can live up to 600 years. And the site's a habitat for around 40 threatened, endangered, and protected species. So amphibians, plants, crustaceans, insects, reptiles, mammals, and birds, including the bald eagle. So it threatens to destroy much of our region's biodiversity and drive those species closer to extinction. It also, as I mentioned, violates the county's conservation and ecology plans. The environmental impact report ignores over 80 documented CEQA violations, including a lack of wildlife corridors, which are essential for survival. Permanently damaging an essential habitat for a project that's eventually going to be decommissioned isn't a move towards sustainability. Decommissioning the project won't restore ancient heritage oaks, and vernal pools are unique ecosystems that can't be remade. They take thousands of years to develop. It makes no sense, especially when the planners have disregarded other viable sites in the area that would cause less impact. The impact report describes much of the area as bare mineral earth, which is at odds with the facts and the picture painted by the official project description, which ignores the majority of the issues that have been being raised today.
Sir, could you please wrap your comments?
I stand with the Sacramento Bee, Sierra Club, Audubon Society, and California Wildlife Foundation and tribal peoples in opposing this project. We need green energy, but we don't need it at Coyote Creek. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Daniel Arola. I have been sworn in. I'm here on behalf of Sacramento Audubon and the Central Valley Bird Club. I'm a 40-year Sacramento County resident and reside in Supervisor Desmond's district. I'm an independent research biologist and certified wildlife biologist, and on behalf of our two organizations, I want to stress that we support renewable energy development, but oppose this project and ask the board to deny it. I want to make just a few key points that I don't think have been made elsewhere. We've heard a lot about oak trees, and I'm very concerned about the losses, but the intact woodlands and grasslands on site are critically important to a number of wildlife species, including listed and special concern species such as burrowing owl, western pond turtle, loggerhead shrike, and Lewis's woodpecker. We are also very concerned about the impacts to nesting and foraging habitat for the state-threatened tricolored blackbird. I have studied this species intensively over the last decade in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, including these lands. And here are just a few of my key findings. Tricolored blackbird is an open country species and has nested on the project site several times over the last decade. The largest colony in the foothill region occurs at near Prairie City OHV area, and the birds from that colony are foraging in the grasslands on this project site and can be expected to be affected by the loss of that habitat. The largest colony, the past development of grasslands nearby has eliminated 7 different colonies, nesting colonies, including the one where SMUD installed solar panels at Rancho Seco. I'm out of time. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shirley Bramham. I'm a member of California Four-Wheel Drive Association. I'm in District 2. I am opposed to this project. I have been listening to everybody's comments. They're very passionate, and I absolutely agree with all the environmental issues that go along with that. I'm concerned that the county did not consult with the OHMVR regarding the Prairie City SVRA. We have that use has a lot of safety and education programs for the youth and for new off-roaders, and so it's important. This SVRA is, I think, one of the only ones that is this close to an urban area, so a lot of the urban youth are able to get out of city environment and get out into a beautiful landscape and area, outdoors area. And I hate to see them go out and have to recreate under power lines and battery buildings. The other concern I had, I guess, is the use of carbon footprint. I hear that a lot, and I think it's kind of glossed over. People just accept the carbon footprint and oh, that's a good thing, but I would like to remind people that that is a cradle to grave policy termination, which means the materials from this whole project, the whole solar panels, the materials of those are mined, and it has to be transported to the manufacturing. Then you have the manufacturing footprint. That has to be transported to wherever the site is.
Can you please wrap your comments?
Oops. Thank you.
But first, can you state that you've been sworn? Ma'am, can you just please state for the record that you've been sworn? I've been sworn. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jamie Rogers, and I am a second-year apprentice with IBEW Local 340. Coyote Creek provides local power that helps SMUD meet its clean energy goals. This project isn't just about solar panels, it makes the grid more reliable. That means fewer outages and more stable power. Projects like this demand skilled and trained labor to meet the rigorous safety and performance standards. IBEW members are trained to deliver high-quality, code-compliant work that delivers quality work product and on-time project timelines. Please support the Coyote Creek project so we can continue to invest in clean energy jobs. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lizzo, and I've been sworn in. Thank you for your time. This is my first time coming to something like this, and it's certainly not going to be my last. I'm not an expert in biodiversity or sustainability, and I'm certainly no mathematician, but I can do simple math. Destroying centuries of growth for a project that will only last 35 years just simply makes no sense. You're going to uproot wildlife, desecrate native land, and further impact our low air quality for the sake of 35 years of solar that will then need to be uprooted yet again. Where will we go after that? What will be the next Coyote Creek? When will it end? Will you keep leaving a trail of pitiful acorns in your wake, or will you think of something better? I would direct that question to SMUD, but they're not here. Thank you.
I guess I'm the first to say good evening. I don't know if that's good or bad. My name is Paul Smith. I'm from Elk Grove, and I've been sworn. This project represents a balanced, forward-looking project that our county needs. It delivers clean, reliable power, and it meets goals and deadlines that we're looking at. It maintains open space, oak woodlands, and our ranching heritage, which I think is important. Grazing will continue on the property, and significant investments will support nearby recreation. Climate action and land stewardship need not be competing. They can and should move together, forward together. The project developer here is responsible, and we see that through the Slough House Solar Project. They will minimize impacts by replanting and conserving thousands of trees and ensure long-term habitat protection. It will create good local jobs, generate tens of millions in tax revenue, and selfishly, as a SMUD customer, help stabilize energy costs. The battery system can also serve our grid in the evening when demand is the highest. So please vote for the Coyote Creek project and for preservation, responsible development, economic benefit, and a cleaner, more resilient Sacramento County. Thank you.
My name is Kendall Nelson, and I've been sworn. The permanent environmental and tribal cultural impacts made by building a solar farm far outweighs any benefits gained. This proposal is counterproductive. It's transparent that the framing of this development as a form of proactive preservation is just dishonest. Feel-good brainwashing, greenwashing, a little brainwashing too. Planting young saplings does not effectively replace what will be lost. Not only will we not see them grow in full size in our generation, but most never will. If new harmful developments are proposed on this land in the future, then they should be denied then. If we don't want new housing developments, then we should reject new housing developments. We don't need to pick the lesser evil. Solar needs to be built, but not on Coyote Creek. Please reject this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sydney Strange. I have been sworn. I oppose this project because we need to be planting more native plants and upholding more native voices into this world that we live in, whose lands we are lucky enough to live on. The oaks that we want to be taking down have been here before us, and they will be here after us if we maintain them well. Planting new ones does not make the world better because, as many people here before me have said, we are not going to see these plants benefit us in our lifetimes, in any of our lifetimes. If we want cleaner air and less carbon like this project proposes, we need to be planting more things, not solar, which does not affect our air quality at all. We are valuing electricity over better environmental cases, which we desperately need right now. So once again, please plant more trees in addition to the existing trees. Please listen to more Native voices, not reject. So please find a different place for solar. It's benefiting us, but not here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we hear from Ms. Chacon, Madam Clerk, we're into our 4th hour, so I would like to just make sure that we have cut off the speaker sign up at this point, and that we're going to get through the next 55 as best we can here. Can we do that? We've done it in the past. We've done it in the past. So that's what we're doing. Thanks. Go ahead.
Let staff know.
Good evening. Thank you for your long evening. I have been sworn. As a naval vet, I was trained in cybersecurity at the highest level. And I haven't heard this brought up yet tonight, but Mr. Todd and Mr. James both gave reason for not looking elsewhere. They didn't provide data or stats. They simply said it would be difficult. And I think we can all agree, all of us have difficult work, at our jobs. So that's not unusual. Picking one spot, though, will set precedents for this solar farm. And in the future, large tracts of land will be devoted to solar farms instead of insisting and normalizing interior builds, as mentioned over parking lots, commercial buildings. Walmart and SMUD both have parking lot solar. I'm a big fan of solar. I was featured in the SMUD calendar 1986 at 8 years of age out at Rancho Seco. That's when my fascination with progressive energy started. I went into the Navy to learn more at the highest levels and was trained in cybersecurity. What we're setting ourselves up for is putting 1/3 of our power grid in the control of this family. It's all going to go through one line. The Salt Typhoon attack that happened August 27th proves China is in our infrastructure. We do not need to be consolidating our power grid. We need to be diversifying it. Putting it all in one space is irresponsible. We need to break up our power grid into smaller, more manageable pieces with stop gaps in place. Please take this alternative viewpoint on this entire project for our cyber security of our power infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Lou Slim, and I have been sworn. You may know me as policy staff for Ecos and Habitat 2020, so you probably know that I oppose this project. But instead, I will use my time to provide the perspective of someone who was not born in Sacramento, but who chose to live here. In my life, I have had the great fortune of living at least briefly in various places. This includes the concrete jungle of New York City, the suburban towns and rural farmlands of New England, the lush forests of Fairbanks, Alaska, and the high-altitude desert of Reno, Nevada. I have been fortunate to see great things around the country, and still I am stunned by the unique splendor of Sacramento's natural landscape. In fact, the proximity and access to natural landscapes that Sacramento provides is one of the main reasons I hear people use to explain why they visit or move here. It's the very character of the region, and we can see that gravitation in the Prairie City SVRA, where community formed and created an accessible space to enjoy these resources. These woodlands, vernal pools, and grasslands are something that Sacramento should be proud of.
I know that there are economic opportunities associated with this project, but by now I'm sure you understand why the environmental benefits of this project are seriously eroded by the environmental destruction it would entail. Approval of this project would be permanently destroying this habitat for current and future residents of Sacramento and beyond. The temporal lifespan of the infrastructure and subsequent replantings would not return this habitat to the vibrant ecosystem it is, not even close. So please consider your decision today as one that has permanent impacts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Sacramento County. Hello, Board of Representatives, Board of Supervisors. I'm a little nervous. It's my first time doing a public speaking at the Sacramento County, but it's important. And so my name is Alexei Usachenko, and I, like others, have become incredibly concerned and disgusted, as well as opposed to the proposed Coyote Creek project, and find that it's not only a terrible decision for biodiversity, but for Sacramento County as well. I've been a local to the greater Sacramento area for my entire life, and the trees that you're trying to cut down, the vernal pools that you want to develop on in the name of green energy, belong to all of us and are an educational and earthly wonder that we have been privileged with in this life. We all deserve to be able to see the beauty and diversity of the nature that lives in the same place that we call home, and our land deserves to be respected. Old-growth trees and nature on the scale of which is at Coyote Creek would be a travesty to lose, and it would mean a loss to every single resident who would never get to see or experience such beauty, and an immense loss to the health and well-being of our land. Additionally, from Sacramento 2040 General Plan, it appears that 11% of public green spaces exist in Sacramento, while 14% of space in Sacramento is vacant lots, and around 20% of those are parking lots. Which begs the question that's been asked before: why are these not the spaces in which more solar projects are coming? And it's apparently a little too difficult for this company. Sacramento is supposed to be, among many other things, the city of trees. And it feels very painfully ironic that then Sacramento would choose to build a solar site on some of the last remaining old growths, blue oaks, and vernal pools in our county. Something that we don't have to venture too far to even see, which is amazing. If Sacramento County wishes to engage in a reduction of fossil fuels and investment into solar energy, it's pertinent that it happens with the public and the land in mind. And as a resident of Sacramento, I plead you to listen to these concerned residents and truly think and understand the implications and consequences of losing a site like Coyote Creek. Additionally, there's this fear-mongering about residential development. I think that the solar energy would just make that happen sooner, and we should really be moving to protecting all the native lands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Can we have the next 6 speakers please line up in back of Mr. Dixon?
Can we have Jesse Dixon, Gabriel Garcia Ruiz, Olivia Miller, Amanda Escalante, Emily Jones and Phoenix Kazark, and Elizabeth Olshauser?
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jesse Dixon. I was sworn in. Don't guess. Okay. Hello. I am a local scientist and native land activist that grew up here in Sacramento. I love this city and county, but any honest resident would say the same thing as me. Things have changed in this city and county fast. What was once called a cowtown by the Los Angeles Lakers is now quickly becoming a mega region, with people flocking here from the Bay Area and SoCal to take advantage of what I've heard them say, double the house for the same amount of price. Okay. I have standing here watching thousands of acres of intact grasslands and vernal pools get absolutely destroyed before my eyes, along with thousands of mature oak trees and oak woodland habitats they call home. The city I love and always knew the city of the tree is city I love and always knew the city of trees is quickly becoming the city of suburban sprawl hellscapes, and I'm sick of it. Coyote Creek is a great example of what Sac County was gifted with by Mother Nature. Instead of suburban sprawl, you have thriving ecosystems of foothills, creeks, and riparian habitats that sustain life, surrounded by intact blue oak woodlands, the most ecologically valuable native plant habitats in all of North America, not just California. In my opinion, also the most beautiful habitats you could find in America, the vernal pool ecosystems, of which 95% have been destroyed in Northern California. Turning Coyote Creek's beautiful habitat into a solar farm is not only unsustainable, but it's a crime against Mother Nature. Passing a project for a solar project that SMUD never visited the site one time before visiting it. That should be illegal. sorry, and called it bare mineral soil. Does this look like bare mineral soil to you guys? Is this bare mineral soil? I see super rooms and old growth. They're talking out of their booty. All right, as the Sierra Club has said, this project will restore up to 1/3 of Sac County's native oaks. This project is such a flaming dumpster fire of a solar project that you have the Sierra Club speaking out against green energy. That's like having, I can't say it, I'm gonna be in trouble. All right, this Coyote Creek solar project is incompetent and illegal. As a citizen of Sacramento, I'm so tired of hearing the blatant greenwashing from companies based in New York and not even California. The representative from Coyote Creek, oh, love, man, but you're lying out of your ass. The representative from Coyote Creek Solar said that there will be no flattened
Can you
land,
please
and
conclude?
you can get it back when they're going to use 8 tons of
please
dynamite every
conclude?
day for 2 months straight.
Can you
He's
please
lying to your
conclude?
face. Save Coyote Creek.
Can you please conclude? Thank you.
So Gabriel Garcia Ruiz, Amanda Escalante, Emily Jones, Phoenix Kazark, Elizabeth Olshauser. I'm just going to keep calling names until you're here, and staff can
And we're going
please
to take
delete.
the names off if you're
Yes.
not coming to the podium.
Staff is deleting as I'm calling them. Alex Lume, Marcy Maxey, Sydney Young, Marcella Yeager, if you see your name on the
I
screen.
think we have a taker.
Here we go. Karen Pitts, Thomas Hubler, and Chris Lewis. If you see your name on the screen, if you could just come forward and stand in line.
And then before our next speaker, please, I'm asking respectfully, address the board. You don't need to turn around and address people and call them names or anything else. Just keep your comments directed at us, please.
No problem. Hello, my name is Marcy Maxey, and I've been sworn. For sake of time, I'm not going to tell you about my family's extensive history with Sacramento, but I'd like to share a formative memory that will always solidify Sacramento as my home. Sacramento was where I remember seeing my dad cry for the first time. It was 2002, and the Sacramento Kings had made it to the Western Conference Finals. We were in a fierce battle with the LA Lakers, but due to some obviously compromised refs, the title was stolen from us. I can't tell you what my father would have done to secure that win for the Sacramento Kings. What we all would do for a legacy of Sac Kings victory that would last more than a few lifetimes. Today, we have the chance to save thousands of similar legacies by opposing the Coyote Creek project. As an electrical engineer, I have collaborated with multiple organizations, businesses, and institutions on hundreds of solar, EV, battery, and data center initiatives. Cutting down trees on stolen land to make room for green energy is counterintuitive at best and devastating to our ecology at worst. Now, SMUD approving the permit without visiting the site first was a mistake. The person who presented an agrivoltaics not spell checking his slides was another mistake. But so should we reward these mistakes by making another mistake? No. The people have volunteered their expertise to tell you that this plan is not permissible. Unless you, the board, think you know better than the engineers, biologists, environmentalists, ecologists, the California indigenous population, computer scientists, the bat lady who has educated me on multiple occasions regarding our bat population, and all the other beautifully educated people who have gathered here today, you are politically and ethically obligated to represent what your constituents want. As a Sacramentian for almost 29 years, I don't believe we have ever stopped being the city of trees. It is our responsibility to protect our namesake. Don't be a ref who's willing to sell out Sacramento. Don't cost us another championship. Please vote no on this initiative. Thank you.
So if we can have Marcella Yeager, Karen Pitts, Chris Lewis, Atticus Sparks, Hazel Farrell, Tani Cook, Robert Cielski, Sterling Dakari. If your name is on the screen, please come forward. Alexis Smith, Jolene Landers, Rodrigo Arancibia. If I called your name, please come forward.
My name is Thomas Hubler, and I have been sworn. I'll keep it short, but open with a quote from John Sawhill. In the end, our society will not be defined by what we create, but by what we refuse to destroy. I am an early career ecologist, and I've worked for the last year in renewable energy ecology. I love renewable energy, and solar especially because it's booming and it gives us a chance to make sure we don't make the same mistakes we made with conventional energy. I support ecologically conscious solar. This is not that. There are better places for this project. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Akis Sparks. I've been sworn, and I'm not against solar energy, but I'm against this project because I don't like the idea of tearing down trees to install solar panels. It's killing animals, and it's not as eco-friendly as it could be. Why do you think it's a good idea? Because I don't think it's a good idea at all. I don't like that they're tearing down oak trees from 100 to 200 years old. It's going to take a while to see trees that old again if we cut them down. Please vote no on this project. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Atticus. No, go to the microphone then. Go back to the mic. That was
Wait.
you did a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I want to know something. When are you running for office?
I don't know. 2038.
Wow, awesome. Hello, my name is Hazel Farrell, and I've been sworn. I'm a forester and a vernal pool restoration specialist here to talk about my on-the-ground experience in these habitats and what this mitigation would look like in reality and why I'm opposed to it. Down at the Cosumnes River Preserve, down in Mr. Hume's district down there is a place that we're proud to host out here. But that habitat was not all there naturally. It has been hard fought, restored back from agricultural lands. We planted oak woodlands in the riparian areas back in the 80s and 90s. And here, 4 decades down the line, those are still requiring active stewardship daily, doing invasive species management and trying to recruit native understories. And they are still not at that mature stage where they can support cavity nesting birds and other wildlife species that we want to. So we're talking about even more decades down the line. I'm investing in that land for my children's generation. But that is all to speak about habitat that can be restored. When it comes to vernal pool grasslands, these are areas with that are low quality grazing land, but it's that same soil profile that doesn't make it economically viable, that makes it able to support the biodiversity of wildflowers and pollinators and federally listed endangered species that you're at risk of litigation by ignoring out here. But from research at Sacramento State, they have compared restored vernal pool sites and shown that even with at very high cost restoring that hydrology and reseeding the natural vegetation, you will not be able to bring back the biodiversity to the native species to the level that are necessary. But finally, I want to speak to my experience as an educator, environmental educator, taking kids out from elementary school into these habitats. And I tell them every day that they have the power to with their advocacy, help save these areas. And don't make me a liar to those kids.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tani Cook. I've been sworn. This is the first time I've ever come out to speak in front of the board, but I felt that this was really important. I'm here to voice my opposition to this project and just to deliver a gentle reminder that humans are not separate from nature. I don't have any statistics for you that you haven't already heard from the many others who spoke before me opposing this project, but I did just want to leave you with this Native American proverb. Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish been caught, and the last stream poisoned, will we realize we cannot eat money. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sterling DeCary, and I've been sworn. Hello, it's nice to see you. Originally, I'm from Portland, Oregon, but I've been living in California for a decade now. So I've always loved trees. It's really important to me. This month, actually, I just learned about the vernal ponds and what they're about and how rare they are and how the ones here in California have more than 50 species just from Google. I'm sure more than that. But some of them are unique in all the world, including federally threatened fairy shrimp and endangered California tiger salamanders. Okay, so again, so many people have talked about just the various species that are threatened by this, and we just heard from a gentleman, a couple people before me, about how these are not habitats that can really be remade, right, by human hands. So if these unique habitats are disturbed, that won't be able to be replicated. Those species will be pretty much gone. So, and those ponds, I don't know if you guys are aware of what vernal ponds really are, because I wasn't until this month. Before I knew that they were threatened, and then I was like, oh no. But they seasonally will fill up and then not be water anymore. They'll become like rings of wildflowers where each species is like different in like this beautiful bullseye pattern. So not just, shrimp and salamanders, but also all of these flowers, like each individual one, super beautiful. So all that to say, the supposed restoration plan, after taking down the project, I noticed it claims to turn it back into usable agricultural land, which is not the same thing as restoring land at all. So that's not what we're looking for here. And also these oaks are fire resistant, and we hear about all these solar places burning, so it's actually really much safer for us to maintain these oaks that are fire resistant than to put solar panels in. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jolene Landers, and I've been sworn. I've never done this before also. The sacrifice of Coyote Creek is too great a price to pay for this so-called green energy project. I would like to emphasize that young trees and saplings are not fire resistant and do not have the capacity to provide a habitat to thousands of species the way that our old oaks do. Revegetation is a laughably insufficient plan for protecting this beautiful and sensitive ecosystem. Today, we're presented with a false binary: approve the project or oppose green energy. Energy that requires the destruction of heritage oaks is not green, and there are many alternatives to this site. I doubt a proposal to place solar panels over parking lots would face so much opposition. This project is immoral and unpopular. The original stewards of this land have spoken, as well as numerous environmental activists. I urge the board to listen. Thank you.
So I just want to call a few more names to make sure we're all down. So Kendall Harrod, Alexis Smith, Rodrigo Arancibia, Morgan Fisher, David Williams, Ethan Dietrich Reed, Kelly Hopkins, Tom Biglione, Esther Chad, Jude Herrera, Adela Palominos, Teresa Roblewski, and Sadie Hampshire. If I called your name, please make your way down. Otherwise, our staff is going to begin to delete your names from the list. So if you see your name on the screen, please make your way forward.
Hi, my name is Morgan Fisher. I've been sworn in. A trend I've noticed in the speeches from supporters of this bill is framing the conversation as though a mitigation of destruction is synonymous with its absence. Speaking as though opposition to this project is opposition to environmentalism, opposition to the construction of green energy. Environmentalism does not come at the expense of the natural world. This project will destroy a rare, vital, and irreplaceable ecosystem and the centuries-old trees that are a part of it. And what's proposed to replace this? A project that will last a few decades and kindling, waiting to catch fire. You asked the spokesperson why they don't build a solar, this solar in one of the numerous lifeless parking lots or rooftops baking in the sun, and all he had to say is that it would be difficult. I ask you, would you sacrifice this world for the sake of convenience? A vote in favor of this project is a vote in favor of a dead Earth. I urge you to oppose this project.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Ethan Dietrich Reed. I've been sworn. I don't have much to say, but I do have a question. Have any of you been to a vernal pool, like when it's in bloom? So you've seen the majesty and beauty and understand what it's like, and you have see those rare species. And I think many people have pointed out that we are not separate from those species. When we destroy them, we are destroying a part of ourselves and a part of the natural world that allows us to thrive and that we've been exploiting and tearing down and burning and looting. And this is one little pristine pocket that has survived hundreds of years of genocide, of colonialism, of destroying of the natural habitat. And you have the chance to save it today. If you have ever uttered the words, people over profit, this is your chance to put your money where your mouth is and actually save something that's worth saving a part of us, a part of the people, a part of the world. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Kelly Hopkins, and I've been sworn in. I'm the executive director of the Sacramento Valley Conservancy. We're the local land trust nonprofit that holds 3 conservation easements adjacent to the project. We respectfully request that the special development permit maintain a minimum 50-foot buffer on areas that border the Barton, Mosier, and Millgate conservation easements to avoid potential impacts, encroachments, and violations of the conservation easement values. Secondarily, SVC has primary management responsibility over Deer Creek Hills Preserve, the 4,600 acres of oak woodland and working ranch south of this project. In October 2011, the Board of Supervisors adopted the Deer Creek Hills Master Plan. Phase 2 of the Deer Creek Hills Master Plan specifies that as managers, we investigate and connect the preserve trail system to proposed regional trail corridors. The master plan and SVC's ambition is to extend the American River Parkway into Deer Creek Hills Preserve along one of the county's most scenic routes, connecting 2 of our most significant open space wildlife areas. Ensuring an option for future trail connection would add approximately 15 miles to the existing American River Parkway. That is 32 miles. Future trail allowances have been incorporated in the existing easements. SVC maintains our organization's strong willingness to assist in ensuring consistency with the trail connection in the project design and support for the thousands of acres that will be permanently protected through conservation easements. Thank you.
Kelly, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. You made a very specific request.
Yes.
Have you made that request in advance of this hearing through staff?
We did provide that to staff in 2023.
Okay, so staff's well aware of it?
And there's sections of the plan in alternatives that there's no detail that shows what the buffer will be between those existing conservation easements.
I guess what I'm asking is, there anything nuanced or new in what you just orally requested versus what staff knew about in 2023?
No,
Okay.
only that I saw the allowance to remove that 50-foot buffer, and I think it needs to be maintained along those existing conservation
Okay,
easements.
that's new.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tom Bilioni. I've been sworn. I'm a SMUD customer.
Excuse me, trying to reconcile the names on the list that I see.
My name was right behind Kelly's and it suddenly dropped off.
Disappeared.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm a SMUD customer. I live in Midtown. I grew up on rangeland northeast of Fresno County. I'm pretty familiar with blue oaks. Used to ride and hunt in a lot of that country. For the last 25 years, I've been keeping my eye on a 20-acre parcel right on Little Dry Creek that has had cattle excluded from it or managed grazing on it, and I've been pleased to see the incredible recruitment of blue oak seedlings coming in and maturing on it. So I know the value, having an uncle who was a rancher, I know the value of responsible grazing, not only on oak woodlands, but also on vernal pools, some of which we had on our property. And I have a deep affection for them as well. As a background as a civil engineer, I worked for 8 years in the business of building power plants, coal-fired and nuclear. I'm a huge proponent of solar plants, but giving you my background, and I got to tell you, I can't put my heart into this project. I think it's a good idea in the wrong place. What I do believe in is protecting the remaining blue oak lands that we have, woodlands that we have in our state, because we've lost a third of them already. I'd hate to see that we put another 1,400 acres down the drain, if you will, for something that could have been done in another location. So please don't take away this this habitat, this larder, if you will, larder and lodging for our native birds and wildlife, particularly in a wildlife corridor like this site is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Adela, and I'm a biologist in the area. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of vernal pools. I saw some of you nod when someone had asked if you had been to a vernal pool, and I was very excited and happy to see that. 97% of them are lost in California already, and we only have about 700,000 acres left in all of California. If every project takes a percentage of an acre, or, you know, we lose one a year or something like that, we're not going to have very many left by the time I'm gone. If you puncture them, the damage is permanent. They're on a hard pan. They're little eggs that stay there all summer. They survive dry as bone, and they stay there all summer just to wait for the winter rains to come, and we're just going to destroy them like nothing. I would urge you to consider that.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Before I start off by showing my support for the project, I would like to say that it's very amazing to see a lot of people of Sacramento and nearby Sacramento counties coming out to show their support for Sacramento and your concern. So I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Esther Chad, and I live and work in Sacramento. So I have heard the following statement.
And you've been sworn, right?
Yes, I have been sworn in. I'm sorry. I have heard the following statement from others tonight that SMART entered into a purchase agreement for the Coyote Creek project based on representations by the developer that Barton Ranch was comprised of low-value land without any appreciable environmental values, and that no effort was made to verify this representation. I sat in this room and we heard this no less than a dozen times tonight. Why? Because it was printed on a form letter flyer handed out in the lobby by a group called Third Act. Why would SMART sign a multi-million-dollar contract without doing due diligence? They wouldn't. This is a special interest propaganda. I urge you to support this project. Lastly, this project saves 13,000 trees forever on private land that doesn't belong to us. Many have offered rooftops and roadside vacant lot alternatives, but before you today is 200 megawatt hours of generation and 400 megawatt hours of storage Sacramento desperately needs. Please support this project. And considering the job rates that it would bring to the county, I think this is a project that needs a good support from the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Rogleski. I have been sworn, and I actually think the propaganda is this project. In fact, we've heard so many times people express concern from professionals who know their thing. Why would we ignore that? The question of SMUD not being here is also concerning. And let's also talk about jobs. Because it's in one place or another, it doesn't mean there will be fewer jobs. Jobs will still exist because projects like this are still very needed. We're just asking for it to be in a different location. This is unwise, this is unethical, and it should have involved public comment and vote ahead of time. And I also hope that you guys vote no on this. I oppose this, and as you can see, so do many others. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Homakani, Hinsei Nape, Seri Apemni, Tenku Nishinane, Telmelti Washo Nani. Hello, my name is Hinsei Nape or Sadie. I am Tenku Nishinan and Telmelti Washo, and I am sworn in. I am a cultural burn practitioner, and I volunteer on a Native-led fire tribal crew. I am a representation of Indigenous Future Society, which specializes in tribal sovereignty. I'd like to start with that. Without even having one site visit, Smud wrote Coyote Creek is bare mineral soil, which is not true, as we've heard. It houses threatened and endangered wildlife/plant species such as poppies, and 5% of what's left of vernal pools. They want to poison the dirt with this project, and restoring dirt takes longer than restoring land. I would know. They even mentioned that it's difficult, not impossible. It's difficult living as an Indigenous person, not impossible. To me, it seems that no tribal leaders were consulted, because if they actually had been, they would have said no to this, such as Vice Chairwoman Melissa Tayaba saying they reached out and she was ignored. It is an honor to be in the presence of Vice Chairwoman Melissa Tayaba, and when she speaks, I listen. I'd also like to say, when is it enough? When will it be enough? We can't eat data. Most of our sacred and cultural lands have been disrespectfully decimated. The bones of my ancestors lie beneath that dirt. Is this something Sacramento County really wants their name associated with? The reason we need renewable energy is because of the native biodiverse lands that have been stolen and destroyed. To further destroy a sacred, culturally significant land for solar power is disrespectful and called greenwashing. When I hear some people try to argue that this is what preservation is, it shows to me they don't know what real preservation is. Why in this day and age are we still ignoring tribal leaders? The fact Coyote Creek is tribally sacred isn't a determining factor as to why this project shouldn't happen here. It's a huge step back and disrespectful to local tribes. You have all this native art displayed on the walls, and why are you forgetting us? Thank you. Vote no.
Hello, my name is Morgan Webster. I've been sworn and I am a resident of Sacramento County. At this stage in the climate crisis, we've already seen what happens when we let those with their own financial and political interests tell us that they have a plan to mitigate environmental impact. When I see people in suits telling me that they have a plan to replace 200-year-old mature oaks by replanting, I don't trust that it's good enough to make up for the loss and destruction caused to a rare and delicate ecosystem. I don't trust office workers to recommend how best to steward the land. I trust the Native people who have a relationship with this land and interests that supersede political clout and monetary gain. I stand with the Native people that have come up here today again and again in opposition to this dystopian, destructive, short-sighted plan. It seems foolish to say we are destroying the environment to save the environment. A lot of lip service has been paid today to the amount of time spent on this project. That does not mean it was time well spent on a project worth supporting.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Stowe. I've been sworn in. My problem with the destruction of this property is right now we're losing so much habitat for the owls. Like right now we're actually hunting owls in Marin County to try to save it, try to save the spotted owl because it's threatened right now. And I just think by taking any more of these trees down, because I grew up in live oak, and it's amazing how many owls will be in the oak trees. Like sometimes you'll hoot up at night, and next thing you know, there'll be like 20 or 30 hoots. And that's just in maybe a 10-acre area. So it's something that I think we need to actually be concerned about, is the the habitat for our owls and all our nature. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to this.
I'm tall. Good evening. My name is Emily Willauer. I have been sworn and I am a member of District 4. The presentation and subsequent comments dwindles down to economic advancement or environmental preservation. I urge you to reject this project because this proposal is flawed, dated, inconsistent, and exchanges today's gain for tomorrow's destruction. SMUD knows this. They're not here. The conversion of a California native oak woodland for a solar farm is counter to the California goal of preserving the beauty of California, as well as native landscapes, vegetation, and biodiversity. Why are we destroying natural, sustainable elements to build economical, technological elements? This discussion is not a human-centric economic issue and is not appropriately balanced to consider long-term ecological and environmental impacts. I really want to bring this analogy in here. If you take my home away for 30 years and promise to rebuild it in 50 years, I would still be homeless for 50 years. Yeah. I thank you for your time. This is a very important issue. Electricity is an important issue. The IBW here is stating that this would impact the renewability of our grid. We have organizations, we have systems in order. This is why we have the ISO, to be able to build in and make sure that the grid is sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Gomez. I'm a local farmer and almost 40-year resident of the Sacramento County and Slough House area. These are tough times for agriculture. Inputs continue to climb and rise, and there is an ongoing unreliability for commodity prices. Harvesting sunlight for energy is what we do in agriculture. And instead of using the sunlight to produce a crop, we can use the sunlight to produce clean energy, while at the same time we keep agriculture viable by grazing under the solar panels. I urge you to support the Coyote Creek project. And also, by having a project like this, it's going to be a reliable source of energy. Energy, from my standpoint, and agriculture, we really need that to keep our pumps running, agriculture pumps that will provide food for everybody. We are very, very scared in the summertime when the temperatures raise above 100 degrees and we got all the crops in our fields. It is very important to have a reliable source of energy. I do support this project. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ricardo Cepeda, and I support what he just said.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Stan Van Vleck. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm a cattle rancher out from the Rancho Marietta area, and I've been sworn. First, I'm actually very pleased with this evening because all of us have one common view. We want to protect the environment. We have different ways that we want to do it, but we are all here to do that. I'm proud with our family business. We have preserved, I believe, more than anybody in this region privately. We're almost up to 9 square miles that we've protected for open space, endangered species. We're taking 1 million people's green waste, most of your green waste. We're creating compost. We're sequestering carbon. We're the first in the world to be able to try to do this on a commercial basis. We're doing our best. Our family was in a similar position as the Barton Ranch and the Barton and the Mosier family was 20 years ago. I only had 3% of the business. I bought people out, hoping to do it through conservation easements. I actually work with people here Unfortunately, they weren't able to provide me over 10 years, and we provide ourselves 1 acre that went through conservation easements. We had to do it through mitigation. We worked through Councilmember Pat Hume at Elk Grove and others, and that started our ability to do that. It changed our business around and allowed me to buy out 7 family members who wanted to go to housing. Sometimes you have to make different moves like this to make it work. Now we are all in and we're doing the things that we've just described, and we'll be doing them also on the 400 acres that we provided there. And we're going to help manage the Barton Ranch as well as it continues to do that we've already been doing for 10 years. And we're going to bring that type of sustainability and that type of forward thinking. They want to do that. They have been doing it to be sustainable. They've been running this operation for over 100 years. We want to bring that same thing. And also, I did speak to Paul Lau, the CEO of SMUD, because I asked, I want to know if we're part of this project, what's your view on this? His answer was clear. We need this energy in order to be able to meet our mandate. And this is one of the last projects that receives federal funds. And without it, we're in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
My name is Paul Smith. I've been sworn. Good evening, as the other Paul Smith pointed out. And thank you, supervisors, for allowing us all to speak today. It's a great honor to be part of this. I'm a lifelong advocate for sustainable farming. For the past 20 years, my life has been centered on innovation in farming, conserving our most natural resources, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Like the Lorax, I have been responsible for planting over 16.5 million trees in the state of California. In recent years, my focus has shifted closer to home, supporting our family's ranching operations, the broader goal of keeping the Barton Ranch lands in agriculture. My wife and I have 2 young daughters, and it is our responsibility to preserve the land for their generation to farm. Like many in our community, I have seen firsthand how difficult it is to become sustainable in a ranching lifestyle on cattle alone. The agrivoltaic model represents a realistic and responsible path forward, one that allows the diversity of income, preserve the open space, and honor the agricultural roots while contributing to California's renewable energy goals. The Coyote Creek Solar Project is not a departure from agriculture, it's an evolution. The venture allows the property to be kept in the Williamson Act, does not impact groundwater, creates local jobs, supports our schools and tax districts without adding housing or traffic burdens to rural areas. This project allows working lands to stay productive, resilient, and relevant in a changing world. I respectfully ask you to support this project and protect our family's heritage, the agricultural operations we live and love, and adapt for future generations to manage and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Jackie Hanford, and I have been sworn in. I'm proud to come from the Barton family, a 5th-generation ranching and farming family here in Sacramento County. My great-great-grandparents started the Barton Ranch over 150 years ago, and today my children represent the 6th generation, working to preserve that legacy. Our family has cared for this land throughout droughts, market shifts, and rising challenges of making agriculture sustainable in California. I'm here today in strong support of the Coyote Creek Solar Project. This project represents exactly what the future agriculture should look like, a balance between tradition and innovation. Agrivoltaics gives ranchers and farmers like us a path forward, keeping land in the Williamson Act and continuing to graze livestock while also producing clean, renewable energy that benefits our community. This isn't about replacing agriculture, it's about preserving it. The reality is that ranching alone no longer supports our families, but projects like this create new income streams of local jobs and tax revenue for our schools without adding traffic or urban sprawl. Coyote Creek Solar will also protect groundwater, support habitat corridors, and preserve the scenic rural character of Slough House, ensuring it remains open land instead of the future subdivisions. Sacramento County has the opportunity to lead by example, showing that we can honor our agriculture roots while embracing responsible renewable energy. This project allows families like mine to remain stewards of the land in generations to come. I respectfully ask for your vote to approve the Coyote Creek Solar Project. Thank you for your time in considering what forward-thinking project like this means to people like us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. I have been sworn in. My name is Caitlin Smith, and I'm a fifth-generation owner of the Barton Ranch. I grew up in Slough House. I graduated from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo with a degree in agribusiness, and I have dedicated my life to agriculture. I'm here today to advocate for the continuation of our family's agricultural legacy. Farming and ranching have always operated on a razor-thin margin. Rising costs of fuel, labor, equipment, insurance, and water are putting real pressure on ag families across Sacramento County. To survive, farmers have always relied on diversification. We carefully plan for our future generations and not just ourselves. Agrivoltaics is a modern form of diversification that allows us to continue cattle grazing, protect open space, and stabilize our agricultural operations while contributing to California's clean energy goals. This project is not replacing agriculture, it's preserving it. There are a lot of discussions about tree impacts. What is often missing from that conversation is the scale and permanence of the mitigation. The Barton Ranch is roughly 2,900 acres. The solar panels cover 1,200 acres. Grazing will continue on approximately 700, and then more than 1,000 acres are permanently preserved as mitigation, protected in perpetuity. That means 1,700 acres of this ranch will remain protected on the ranch, plus 480 acres that the Van Vleck Ranch is preserving off-site but nearby, substantially more than the land that is used for solar. When you look at the whole picture, the long-term environment and habitat benefits far outweigh the limited and fully mitigated impacts. This is one of the strongest mitigation packages the county has ever seen. My family has always been pioneers. Our lineage goes back to the Donner Party, and today we see agrivoltaics as the next pioneering step in agriculture. Change is hard, especially when it doesn't look like the agriculture people are used to driving past. But our neighbors have supported us, and I know I'm out of time, so I'm just going to ask that you support us as well and be pioneers with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. I've been sworn. I want to first point out the last three speakers was my son-in-law and my two daughters, and my niece spoke earlier, Melanie. So I just want to see the next generation of the Barton family. My name is Herb Garms, one of the main owners of the Barton Ranch. I've spent my life in agriculture. I'm a Cal Poly graduate in agriculture too. Over the years, I've worked with many of these in this industry, running cattle and growing hay in California and in Nevada. I currently serve as president of the Slough House Resource Conservation District, and we are focused on protecting farm, ranch lands, water, and wildlife. For the past 25 years, I've been project manager for the Barton Ranch. Our goal has been to find a suitable project that aligns with our family goals like Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Project. The goals have been to find a suitable way to preserve agriculture while adapting to changing realities of farming and ranching. This project keeps our property in the Williamson Act that we've embraced since 1969. So my wife's grandmother and aunt came to this same board and applied for the Williamson Act. That's how long we've committed. The Williamson Act allows us to be a working ranch while producing renewable energy that benefits the region. It's a way for agriculture and clean energy to work together, not against each other. Coyote Creek Solar was designed by Desiree, who understands what it takes to make agriculture a long-term goal for our family. It's a model of how innovation can support conservation, keeping open space and working lands productive for our future family generations. After 2+ decades of thoughtful planning, we believe this project represents a practical, forward-thinking path for Sacramento County and the Barton family that honors 150 years of agriculture heritage.
Mr. Grums, can you conclude, please?
I will. I respectfully ask for your support of Coyote Creek project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to be almost last, but I am, and as a result, I have not been sworn.
Oh, then raise your right hand.
So if you could please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I so affirm.
And so just state your name and that I have been sworn.
My name is Robert Burness. I know many of you. And many of you are aware that I have worked for the last 50 years to try and protect the resources of Sacramento County, 30 years with the County Planning Department, and 20 years as a volunteer with a number of different organizations. I was responsible for drafting the boundaries of the Blue Oak Woodlands on the general plan map, the areas that are resource conservation areas where there is a commitment to work to protect these resources. This project doesn't advance that objective. I'm not going to reiterate all of the different issues and concerns that have been brought forward on this project. But I would remind you that in your deliberations this evening, you are going to have to be thinking about findings of fact and overriding concern. You're going to have to be thinking about the adequacy of the mitigation and the justification in relationship to the various problems that have been put forward and concerns that have been put forward. And I ask that you seriously weigh and balance the advantages that are purported for this project. We need more energy, although SMUD's not here. SMUD has said that they have enough for their at least 2030 goal. The serious, significant long-term impacts due to the loss of the Blue Oak Woodlands, in heritage oaks in this area, and various other impacts that have significance and are not adequately mitigated and require your findings of overriding concern. When you weigh those things, I think that it is hard to justify this project and to recognize that there really are other alternatives that are better alternatives, and there are alternatives to the landowner to get long-term remuneration through additional conservation easements.
Could you please wrap your comments, sir?
I urge you to ponder these matters seriously and to reject the project.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
My name is Gwen Roach, and I am not a scientist, nor would I ever want your guys' job. I am sworn. Everyone before me has said things in a much more eloquent way than I can ever say, and I by no means want to wax poetic about preserving the nature as much as I would like to. I would like to say, however, that no one has touched on the fact that deforestation is one of the leading causes of increases of wildfires, with not only the loss of canopy, but also root loss, root degradation. Roots sustain the water and moisture content in the soil. So with the loss of the trees, the actual roots themselves will degrade and lose their capability of maintaining moisture in the ground, leading to an increase in wildfires. I would also like to say that the early deaths to the trees that one of the gentlemen said, and about 100 speakers before, some trees will die sooner because of this lack of water in the ground. Oh God, where is it? Oh no. I also find it disingenuous to say that the most efficient way is also the most damaging. As a perfectionist myself, I have found that sometimes I have to move, even if it's not the most perfect way to do it. I find it hard that such temporary measures can't be similarly implemented anywhere else, of which it is a detriment to vulnerable habitats themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Alexander Huang. I am sworn in. I'm in full support of the Coyote Creek project. There's been a lot of things flying around online about the tree impacts from this project. I remember seeing the Easton development, and I checked what their permit says, and the project proposed impacts 99 acres of oak canopy. This project is only about 1/3 of that in terms of oak canopy removed, and is also offsetting a ton of carbon through solar generation. The oaks that are being preserved as part of the project need a stable environment to grow old in, and climate change doesn't create stability. We need every megawatt we can get to fight climate change. Please vote yes to Coyote Creek. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Austin. I don't think I've been sworn in, but
Oh, then we need to.
If you could please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
So just state your name that you've been sworn.
My name is Austin, and I'm sworn in. I had a little speech prepared, but everybody's kind of already said everything I wanted to say. I know everybody's kind of tired. It's late now, so I guess the only way I could really sum up in what I would want to say is just, it is very devastating for one party to have to lose their land or what their family has been doing for generations. I mean, I'm a farmer myself, and thinking of that happening to me would obviously be devastating or terrible. But, on the flip side of that, you have this family and kind of like a lot of people that are set to make a lot of money off of this. They're the ones that are arguing for this, and so to me the solution definitely isn't obvious or easy to state, but I do think that you guys should say no against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Griffin Hunt, and I have been sworn. I just wanted to remind the board of a few things. Firstly, the coalition brought up several violations in the EIR that could possibly bring litigation onto this project and severely increase the costs, maybe above what would be financially feasible. There's potential CEQA violations, California Environmental Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, the federal one, and the Clean Water Act as well. These are all potential violations that could lead to litigation on this project. Vernal pool habitat wasn't mentioned as one of the impacts. I just saw oak woodland as an impact, but obviously vernal pools are a rare ecosystem, and they are protected under the California Environmental Quality Act. The Williamson Act is one thing, but everyone has Google Maps. If you just look at the land here, you can go on your phone and see that the land here is different than the other rangeland surrounding it. In addition, Coyote Creek and the other drainages in the area are bringing moisture into the area that are supporting these oak trees. As you can obviously see from the satellite images, there are more oaks here. It's a higher density, and it's a great habitat for them, which is why it would be so terrible to inadequately preserve this habitat. Some of these trees are older than this room, older than these buildings, older than the city of Sacramento and the state of California itself. And we keep hearing about how it's such a perfect spot, how it's got all this thing, it's got everything you need, it's so big, it's got all these characteristics that make it such a great spot, but then there's all this mitigation that has to be done. There's millions of cubic yards of earth that need to be moved, and there's all these potential violations in the environmental impact report. So it doesn't really sound that perfect when you put it that way. SMUD isn't here. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, so please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jay Dwalansky, and I have good news for everyone. I believe I am the last speaker tonight, but I also want to state I have been sworn in. So I live and work in Sacramento, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to the Coyote Creek project. And I heard some people today discuss about dying and dead oak trees, and I really want to clarify for everyone at the board here that dying and dead oak trees are still valuable trees. They're just as valuable as alive and thriving ones. And for instance, when you look at a dying tree, you have the woodpecker, which relies on those types of trees to create the cavities for their young. And when they leave, other species move in and use that cavity. It is a thriving ecosystem. And they spoke about dead trees as if there's some trash that needs to be dumped and thrown away. Dead trees are also very valuable. They create a thriving fungal environment. What makes Sacramento special? It's its proximity to natural resources, to outdoor activities. We have something so unique and so special today. And so I really urge the Board of Supervisors today to really listen to the community here. You have such an important decision. And as a public servant myself, I really want to take into consideration what good am I serving to the public. And today we have had so many people today speak to you why they do not want this project. I have some time, so I'll keep going a little bit. I'm not against electrification. I want solar energy, but this is not the right choice. So thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you.
So I'll call the last few names. If you are present, please come forward. If you are not,
This
my
is
staff will
this is your
delete
last
them.
chance.
Last chance. Jude Herrera. Please delete. Brenda Gustin. Brenda Gustin. Mark Berry. Davina Rodriguez. Raul Cook. And Lauren McKay. Chair Sterner, that concludes public comment. We have not received any more requests to speak.
Okay, very good. All right, so here is, well, first of all, let me start by thanking profusely everyone who provided testimony today on either side of the matter. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate your tolerance of me having to verbally step in on occasion to try and keep things moving. That's part of the job of being chair. But I will tell you that before we get to deliberations and we hear from the applicant one more time and have staff answer questions, that I will not be up here in 14 months, but it's days like this that I will probably miss the most, to tell you the truth, regardless of my vote, regardless of my position, because it really does demonstrate the passion that our community has for itself and for the future of our community, again, regardless of which side of the issue you're on. I heard several speakers say, listen to the community. Well, those are wise words. The community, in this case, has very distinct points of view, and being elected as a supervisor, you're tasked with certainly understanding, empathizing with various sides to any given controversial issue, but this is kind of the beauty of our system in real time, the way we've all witnessed it simultaneously today. So I really just want to say thank you for taking the time, a great deal of your time out of your day to be here to inform this decision. So, all right, so I'm going to start by asking Supervisor Rodriguez whether or not she wants to hold her comments until we have heard from the applicant, and then does she have questions for staff, or do you want to hear from?
No, I could wait.
Okay, very good. And then same for you, Supervisor Desmond. All right, all right. So the applicant can come forth, and I suspect we may have some questions for you, but we'll begin by giving you the opportunity yourself to maybe address any of the subjects that you heard referenced by either side this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Cerna. Appreciate everyone's patience through the public comment. Few things that I do want to articulate, and in not a particular order, but some things that came up. Sac Valley Conservancy asked for a buffer around their easement, and I think the reason that didn't get addressed is because our site plan doesn't propose to be within 50 feet of their easement. I think the closest area is 80, so that's sort of a, not issue by design, by approval. So just want to clarify that. Another clarification, I heard a lot about vernal pool impacts, and we're impacting less than 1/100th of an acre of vernal pools on the project permanently. Less than 1/100th of an acre. And preserving within our preserve areas,
And that's
13 acres.
That's documented in the secret document, correct?
Correct, yeah. So, that's another item. I'm not going to speak for SMUD in their plan. We know that as of April 2025, it was on their list, and and are confident that it is an important piece of their puzzle. I'm only aware of one project that they have under construction, which is their Country Acres
Jim,
project.
Since you brought up SMUD, there are a number of speakers that referenced their absence.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about that?
Well, they weren't here for Slough House either. This is our project to represent and propose. They're the client, right? They're going to take this power and put it into the grid, but it is our project to advocate for.
I understand that, but it seems odd as an elected representative when you have another governing body, in this case a municipal utility, that has a vested interest that is not here. And I don't think I'm the only one up here that feels like that's a little strange. And I'm not necessarily pointing the blame at you or your client, but it feels very awkward. Like if someone or if an agency has so much to gain possibly or invested, or the narrative being that they have this understandable and applaudable goal by 2030 to be completely renewable, you would think that they would have some kind of presence or even, something that's documented in writing about why it is so important. And so I'm just feeling like a little itchy about them not being here. And I'm not asking you to do us anything or tell us anything other than what you might know or theorize about why that is. But I don't think I'm the only one.
So what I can say is I'm not familiar with them attending any hearings for projects that they're not actually proposing for themselves associated with their solar. They did appear, obviously, in Placer County on their Country Acres project because that was their project. They didn't appear at our last project, which was Slough House Solar. So I can't speak beyond that. I can tell you, though, that there were aerials and site plans in their June 21st, 2021 meeting when they did consider this PPA. So, they knew where the site was. It clearly shows the Prairie City Off-Road Vehicle Park in those exhibits. So I can't understand the inner workings of people's thought processes and why they would say that, we were fibbing about things. I take my integrity pretty seriously.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit more blunt about it. Of all the agencies in our region, I think anyone would be hard-pressed to say that SMUD is probably not the most beloved because of their mission and what they do and how well they do it, right? But this is obviously a fairly controversial subject, a lot of passion on both sides.
Yeah.
And so when we don't have an opportunity to hear from them, again, not their project, totally agree.
Right.
They're going to be a beneficiary of the project.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're at least watching and understand why it is a bit uncomfortable being asked to make a fairly big decision after 5 hours, almost 5 hours of public testimony, and then, you know, they're nowhere to be seen or heard from. That's all.
And I apologize for looking at my phone. I was just reviewing my notes and making sure there wasn't anything I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, no worries.
So thank you, Supervisor Chairman Cerna. Duly noted on my end. Other things I wanted to talk about is we did have DUDEC look at carbon sequestration. That's something that came up a bit. With our planting plan, there's the oaks that are being mitigated, but there's also a bunch of landscaping that's being planted. We're actually adding about 10% to the total carbon sequestration when you take out the benefits of the project itself. So our analysis shows an improvement over carbon sequestration with the cutting down of the impacts to the trees, as well as the plantings that take place not only for the mitigation trees, but also for the landscape plan. That doesn't take into account the improvement to the understory that is going to take place with the ag mitigation plan or the ag management plan. The ag management plan, somebody said that we're going to, compact all the soil. We actually go back after we preserve the top soil in our grading operations, where we do have to grade the site, and we replace it. We decompact it post-construction and seed it with forage-friendly and pollinator-friendly vegetation. So there is a process there. It isn't just walk away from the site and let it grow. So I wanted to mention that. I wanted to also, I covered the, general plan policies. This just struck me as a comment. I know that the supervisors all know this, but not everyone in the audience knows this. There's more than 100 general plan policies that were analyzed in the consistency analysis associated with this project. So while there are a handful where there's partial consistency or they deemed it not consistent, on balance, looking at over 100 policies, this project is consistent with the general plan, and I know that staff has recommended you find it that way. As it relates to the easements, there was a comment that the easements don't adhere to the requirements of the state and federal agencies. These easements have been submitted after long consultation with the wildlife agencies, after significant consultation, they create a consistent connectivity of corridors and core habitat areas, and that's really what they're designed to do. So I wanted to make sure that I articulated that, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, because I know I haven't hit all the things that are on your mind.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just do have a quick question for you, Jim. One of the exhibits in your presentation showed the pre-existence of mining and the different centuries that mining took place.
Yeah.
How did you come at where that had happened, and do you have a way that you could describe the nature of the landscape after that mining before it was utilized as cattle ranching?
Let me unpack that a little bit, make sure I get it right. We utilized the cultural resources investigations that were done by our consultant, DUDEC, to derive that map. And the second part?
So let me unpack the first part then. Your consultant, by doing site evaluation, determined the pre-disturbance of this land by mining activities, by particular centuries, and that's how that map came to be that showed that some of it was 18th and 19th and some of it was 19th?
Records, site investigations, comprehensive analysis. Let me check in real quick. Did I get that right? Do that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so then the second part of my question was, I would assume at the time that the Barton family began cattle ranching operations 150-ish years ago,
Some of those would have still been, obvious. Others may not due to other disturbance that took place.
Okay.
I don't know that we have anybody that was there 150 years ago in the room.
Unfortunately, he retired before I was able to sit in this seat.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, thank you, Jim. I think what we're going to do now is turn to staff and see if they would like to list off and go through some of the items that had been raised by the members of the public that provided testimony and or wanted to respond to anything that the applicant has shared.
I'm here if you need me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. Both Kimber and Julie and others have been taking some notes along the way. I know Kimber was looking very closely at that question or comment by Kelly Hopkins, SVC, related to the easement, existing easement to the southeast generally of the project. I think Kimber's prepared to speak to that. And then Julie can speak to some of the questions related to the EIR and assorted other comments.
Okay, very good. Kimber.
Hello. Kimber Gutierrez, Principal Planner. I just wanted to provide some clarification on the special development permit that's being requested. So it is for interior property lines. So basically shared property lines between the properties that are all owned by the Barton Mosier family. The perimeter property lines and the property lines that are along Scott Road are all meeting or exceeding that 50-foot setback requirement that is required as part of the zoning code. So that is why the deviation is not for rear or front. It's for specifically the interior property lines that are kind of where the solar is crossing those boundaries.
So how would you characterize the request by SVC?
Satisfied.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe a misunderstanding?
I think it could be a misunderstanding. It could be difficult to read the maps, given their pretty substantial scale of the project.
Yeah,
We'd be happy to connect with SVC to clarify that.
I don't think she's still here. Okay. All right.
And then the only other thing I wanted to touch on is that we do have a condition of approval. It's condition approval 5 that specifically speaks to the investment of funds to the Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Park. I think there was a comment about how that wasn't included as part of the conditions, but I just wanted to note that it is, and it's condition 5.
Okay, very good.
All right, hello again. So there were a number of comments referencing the CEQA document and the potential adequacy of the CEQA document, most general in nature. I'm going to follow up on a handful of the specifics that I heard, starting with some comments related to safety on White Rock Road and the mitigation we have in our EIR. The mitigation we have in the EIR speaks specifically to Scott Road because it was crafted specifically to address the potential of cyclists on Scott Road in particular. That being said, the county has standards and procedures that our Department of Transportation reviews all improvement plans, and it's standard procedure that temporary construction easements and traffic control plans may be required for all construction. So that's something, regardless of mitigation on the project, our Department of Transportation will be reviewing. Also wanted to point out that in the event access was needed off of White Rock Road, that would only be used for the Gentai line. The bulk of the construction is going to be accessing the site from Scott Road. So it'll just be a very small piece of the construction accessing the site from White Rock. To some of the comments about impacts to Prairie City, the county did work with state parks early on after release of the NOP to identify any potential conflicts. And part of the project would be relocating the cart track, which would result in a temporary closure in coordination with state parks. There would be no permanent impacts to the facility. The only impact that we identified was related to the aesthetics and the view shed, which was identified as a significant and unavoidable impact. During the process, we did hear some concerns about the potential for dust from Prairie City being a nuisance to the panels. We do have a condition of approval, number 4, that speaks to that. And then On the topic of recirculation, we do have, and I'll also note, we received a number of comments after publication of the draft EIR. We have over 500 pages of very detailed responses to all the comments that we received, and specifically addressing this topic of recirculation. Recirculation of an EIR is only necessary when there is substantial new information, such as a new significant impact or increased severity of an impact. That wasn't the case with this project. In fact, really the process worked in the sense that there was feedback that was received. There were revisions made to the project that reduced the impacts. They made the footprint is now smaller. There's additional mitigation that speaks to conservation easements. So, and that is all outlined in our document. So we don't feel that recirculation of the document is necessary. And then finally, just touch on our applicant mentioned this, but also wanted to mention that we did hear a number of comments specific to vernal pools. And this project was specifically designed to avoid impacts to waters. There's over 10 acres of waters on the site, and they are impacting less than a tenth. So very, very small impacts considering the size of the project and size of the site.
Okay, we're not going to have people yelling out. We're just not. Okay. Thank you. But back to, real quick before we get to our deliberations here. You said 500 pages of comments? Is that right?
So this are responses to comments.
Responses,
yes.
Okay. So fair to say the MMRs are reflective in part to some of that exchange. That is during the 45-day comment period, our consultants, we took in those comments, reviewed those comments carefully, and as it should, it affected to some degree, I would imagine, the MMRs. Is that fair to say?
Yes. I was going to say, but MMRs, you mean mitigation measures?
Yeah, and reporting. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, we're going to start with Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Well, I have really enjoyed hearing from all of you, and so I do thank you for providing your feedback on this project. I've made a bunch of notes to myself the past several hours, and they're not in any particular order of value with the exception of the last one. And a core value in Sacramento County is that if you own land, you have the right to propose lawful uses of that land. And this project meets those needs. The county's responsibility is to regulate those uses. I sympathize with the rancher/owners' need to thrive, and should this pass, appreciate that the ranch remains under the Williamson Act with gazing and pollinator habitat, while also continuing our region's clean energy needs. Frankly, I prefer to see solar panels than to sit here in 10, 15 years with a proposal for housing development. One of the speakers shared his frustration about the sprawl, and we are under state mandate to create the housing explosion that you all are experiencing and facing. Otherwise, we suffer the consequences of lack of funding from the state. And the same goes for the renewable energy. I am just as frustrated with these state mandates as a policymaker because we continue to lose local control. And that works the same with the renewable energy. I've had conversations with PG&E and SMUD execs and have asked, is there enough electricity for California's demand? And both companies responded no. So my decision to support this project is a business decision because of the financial conditions of Sacramento County. And as many of you know, if you've been here, we do have a structural deficit, which means that we will most likely make cuts in this next county's operation under our budget. Under these financial restraints, tough decisions need to be made. We don't have many opportunities to generate revenue, and this project is a revenue-generating project. To me, it is an economic driver, and it'll have a ripple effect throughout our county. In property taxes alone, the first year, it will generate $4.7 million. This project alone for the next 20 years will generate $76 million. just in property taxes alone. In this next budget, there's a very high likelihood that there are going to be cuts that will impact your quality of life. And the tough decision on my end to support this means that we need to make compromises in order to sustain ourselves. And therefore, I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues' comments, but I just want to close by making a motion to approve staff's recommendation for this project.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to hear what everyone has to say.
Okay.
That's what I said.
We have a standing motion, and we'll continue to go through the queue here. So we'll go on to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also want to thank everybody for being here and sticking it out. This is, this is a Sophie's choice if I've ever seen one that we're confronted with here today. I do have a few follow-up things, and I don't know if it would be either staff or perhaps the applicant on a couple things. First, there was a statement about the habitat corridors, that they do not measure up to CDFW standards. I'd like to see if anybody could address that for me, if that's...
I'll start and hand it over to Jim if he has anything to add. I will say that the way that our mitigation is structured is that the conservation easements that will be put in place are with approval from our wildlife agencies, including, CDFW. So I understand that the applicant team has been having conversations with those agencies. I would presume that, they are actively involved in the review of these lands if they are to be put under easement.
Go ahead, Jim, because I was trying to get at this a little bit before we started with public comment, but I'd like to give you a chance to respond to that, because that's obviously a concerning thing.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned, we are down the road on those discussions with the wildlife agencies and have found that they are receptive to these easements. They don't have specific standards of exactly what shape they need to be, but these meet their satisfaction, and we're confident that we'll get through the permitting process with them.
Okay, because the habitat mitigation obviously is something that's extremely important for this project, which I think everybody would agree with that. Okay, next question I had, there's been a lot of tribal members, I think, here representing the indigenous community, and I'd like to flesh out a little bit about the nature of some of the communications from the tribal leaders, from the tribes in our region. I personally did not hear from any tribal leaders per se, but could either you talk about that a little bit, or maybe the applicant, because I'd like to have, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Again, I'll start, and then if...
Jim, why don't you just come to the podium and stay there?
Thank you, Chair.
So the, as Kimber mentioned, and I think in her presentation, we conducted tribal consultation under AB 52 at the initiation of this project. We consulted with, we have four tribes, Wilton Rancheria, Iowan Band of Miwok, United Auburn Indian Community, and Wilton Rancheria. And Shingle Springs, sorry, repeated myself there. So we worked closely with those tribes for a good solid 3 years that included site visits, additional surveys, ethnographies, working with them. The mitigation, the proposed mitigation that came out of that consultation is a very robust strategy. Like I mentioned earlier, the project site does fully avoid everything that we know is out there that has been documented. There's high potential. There are other things that haven't been uncovered yet. So we have a very strong strategy to address that in the event it does happen during construction. And then in our EIR, we did conclude significant and unavoidable impacts, because one of the primary concerns we heard from our tribal representatives is that it's not just on the ground impacts, it's the landscape, it's the view shed, it's their cultural heritage. So we acknowledged that, and the fact that their heritage is also intrinsically tied to things like the trees on the site. So that's ultimately what led us to conclude a significant and unavoidable impact for CEQA purposes. But we do have, at least in my tenure here with the county, probably the most robust mitigation measures associated with this project related to tribal.
Anything to add on that, Jim?
I really don't. Ms. Newton articulated it quite well. We do have a very robust plan, both in the avoidance, but also the the procedures and steps should there be an inadvertent discovery.
Okay, I think this is an important conversation because I think, hearing from some folks here today, you get the impression that tribes are opposed, and I had not seen any letter or any communication in opposition to this by formal representatives from the tribes.
I will say that it's been, I believe, since the draft EIR. It's been a while since we've received formal communication from them, from some of the tribes at least, indicating that they are still opposed. Was the last communication that we had from them on the project.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, please. Yes.
So the state law that guides consultation with indigenous communities for the cultural resources sections of a CEQA document, does it specify who from those respective tribes, they're by title or leadership within who does the site visits, any of that?
The state guidance does not specify specific individuals or titles, and I will say, because consultations spanned years and there is staff turnover, we worked with a handful of individuals from each of our representative tribes.
So it's very conceivable then that you could have someone from that's associated with the tribe that is agreeable to doing something like a site visit and consulting for the completion of the cultural resources section of the EIR that has a very different opinion than someone else from that same tribe. Is that?
That is conceivable. I will say in our experience on this project, we heard uniform messaging throughout our consultation process with all of our associated tribes in terms of the sensitivity of the site and their concerns.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. But bottom line is those consultations, discussions, working with the tribes will continue, obviously. And then one last thing. So I hate to call anybody, put anybody on the spot, but there also was a statement made about the Sacramento Tree Foundation and their mitigation efforts and an 80% mortality rate at another project. And I know Jessica Sanders is up here. I think you should have a chance to respond to that because would you like to, Mr. Chair? Would you mind indulging?
Sorry, so your specific question is what about the mitigation rate at Deer Creek Hills?
Yeah, and address some of the concerns that were brought up during that public comment about a very high mortality rate and another Sacramento Tree Foundation mitigation project.
Yeah, so we have mitigation. So our stance on any development project, I've been about the Tree Foundation for about 5 years, and the board has taken an active decision that we do not support, we do not oppose projects. That is our stance.
Asking for that, Jessica.
If a development has to happen and we can provide mitigation, we will. So the site at Deer Creek Hills is a very challenging site. There is challenge with water. There is challenge with access. There is challenge with cattle. And so that site, the county signs off on all sites. The county signs off on plantings, on survival of the site after it is planted and after it's had that 3 years. We recognize that that site has not lived up to that, and we've moved those inches elsewhere because we know it doesn't work there. So that is already happening. We have other sites throughout the county where we are required to have 100% survival, and we do have 100% survival. So this is not surprising that it came up. It's also not the full and honest truth behind it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And then the last thing I'll bring up is I appreciate the chair bringing up the SMUD kind of issue here because I understand they're the client. I guess you could argue there's really no reason for them to be here, but we have to discern whether this project is essential to meet SMUD's climate goals, right? That's part of my evaluation anyway. And I do know that, I did see a map from an attachment to a SMUD board item where really the map is this area. It's southeastern Sacramento County, and it envisioned a 200 megawatt facility, which this is. So, you know, I can discern from that this is essential for SMUD's clean energy goals. That's how I look at it. But this is agonizing to me. I'm someone who's born and raised in Sacramento County. I'm very familiar with that southeast portion of the county. My mother's from Amador County, and so we spent a lot of time going back and forth and in that part of the county. And I can imagine that these ranchers, farmers who've been here forever, they probably share in the agony over losing any, 500-year-old oak tree. No one wants to see that. So that's what I really struggle with, but I appreciate you bringing up the SMUD issue because that is important for this discussion. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions if you want to take a seat, Jim. Nor of staff, though I do want to commend staff at, dealing for years on a very, very difficult project and maintaining your professionalism and making recommendations that are difficult. I don't normally speak off of notes. It's not my style usually, but I had over 5 hours of listening to testimony, so I had time to write some stuff down. And I'll just start by saying, in the 1990s, I had the privilege of working for SMUD on, coincidentally enough, clean air programs. Sadly, today we find ourselves in a position where we've not made nearly the progress that we need to make. The County Climate Action Plan and the ambitious goals therein that I supported are dependent on SMUD's success in implementing their own ambitious plan. If one fails, we all fail as a region, continuing to put lives and our irreplaceable, as the word was used earlier, planet at risk. It's often said that the future is being decided in the present, and that's where we are today. Following that thought, the future is now, and decisions we make, we have to recognize that. Human activities that create anthropogenic greenhouse gases, which is primarily burning of fossil fuels, have increased atmospheric carbon dioxide levels by 45% since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The increases raised global temperatures and sea levels, intensifying hurricanes, wildfires, drought, flooding, while creating growingly untenable, unhealthy air, with us having some of the worst air quality in the country. Current trends of burning fossil fuels will be at best economically devastating for many, and at worst, catastrophic for all. As a policymaker and a human being, I hope we seize the rare opportunities as they arise to create the future we want for future generations. To do this, we have to face difficult, and to coin a phrase from 2005, inconvenient truths. The current state of our planet requires a complex renegotiation of our place in the world every day as we know it. If we're to enter into those negotiations in a meaningful way in an effort to address what most of us agree is the greatest existential threat to our planet, we have to take actions that go beyond nibbling around the edges while weighing sacrifices. Most, if not all here, I believe, agree that the environmental benefits of solar energy are far-reaching and undeniable. By embracing solar power, we not only mitigate the adverse impacts of climate change, but also foster a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient planet. Replacing natural gas generation with a 200 megawatt solar facility displaces about 196,000 tons of carbon dioxide annually. That's like removing 42,600 cars off of our roads. Of course, we all recognize that mobile sources are the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in the Sacramento region. Likewise, a 200 milliwatt solar farm can conservatively power about 40,000 homes using zero emission generation. And we're also aware that the energy supply sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas on the globe, even when generation is fueled by natural gas. We're running out of time. We have to take bold action now or yesterday. We have a president who calls wind and solar power a scam. The administration, through the Big Ugly Bill Act, has taken actions to terminate or restrict clean energy tax credits and impede the development of new solar projects. They're openly hostile to renewable energy, which makes local action that much more important and opportunities more scarce. I realize, or I hope, that this is a temporary position on the part of our government, but it illustrates the uphill battle that we continue to fight to realize the transformational change that we need to see. After wrestling with these issues, listening to multiple presentations, today's testimony, doing a great deal of reading, and even spending multiple times visiting the project itself, I've come to the conclusion that for the reasons that I have stated, I will be supporting the project. This is not an easy decision by any means, nor is it the popular decision in this room, and I recognize that. I don't like the decision, but for the reasons that I've stated, I believe in the long-term goals, it is the right decision. Thank you, Chair.
Well, those are your notes. I'd hate to see your essay. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you all were kept to 2 minutes, so I'll try and keep my comments as briefly as possible. I see that Tim Washburn has joined Barbara up there in the audience. Tim sat down with me months ago, maybe even close to a year ago, and slid a crazy idea across the desk of doing a land swap with the county to try and offload some of the solar generation to some county-owned land. It was just crazy enough to run it to ground, and so I did. And I had staff look into it and prepare an exhibit for me. And that property was riddled with vernal pools. And so it was worse than what we were talking about doing otherwise. And that just kind of illustrates the point that my colleague just made. And so as some comments were being made from the folks defending the oaks and the streams and the vernal pools, there were some misstatements or mistruths, and I'm not even going to bother correcting them because I don't want to argue against what you're arguing for, which is the preservation of our natural world. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I love the outdoors. I love to hike. I love to fish. I love to sit under trees and think. So thank you for being here and providing those voices. And for the folks that came here speaking up for agriculture, everybody on this dais can attest to the fact that I pound it about agriculture and the importance of agriculture, the importance of family farms and how they are dying and being taken over by corporate agri-interests because the costs, the regulation, the work ethic, I mean, it's just to have a generation that wants to try and keep the land in the family and keep it going is commendable. And I will say I toured from a gentleman who spoke earlier about some of the innovative things he's doing on his property to try and keep that land sustainable for future generations, one of which is taking that compost to take the soil that had been decimated from mining operations and putting the compost back on it so it does better carbon sequestration because the roots now actually have nutrients from which to grow. I mean, it's innovative stuff that's going on. So every rancher farmer that I know and that's sitting in this room, trust me, if they could, they would keep their property as is and just be allowed to continue doing the work that they've been doing that their parents did and their grandparents did. Or maybe as, I don't even know if he's still here, the gentleman who says he's just gotten into farming, right? It's hard work, but I'll use a phrase that my colleague teased me about. It's dirty hands and clean money. And some of you were in this room when we were talking about our climate action plan and our declaration of climate emergency and what date to put out there as the stretch goal, as the brass ring. And I advocated that we need to have something that's realistic because to meet a date that's overly aggressive would take draconian decisions that most of us aren't willing to do. And so I'm going to take my colleague's essay, as it were, and sum it up to this, that sitting up here sometimes we're asked to make decisions that suck. And so I'll put my vote where my mouth was when we were having that other conversation and realize that this is a decision that doesn't feel good to make, but I'm not going to be the one that kicked the can down the road and set us back another 5 years so that then the next one sets us back another 5 years. Do I love it? No. Can I divine what SMUD was thinking? No, but I can tell you this, that they made a decision almost 5 years ago, and they anticipated this project being open by 2023. So I feel like the deck is just getting stacked and stacked and stacked, and I have faith that, that this family wants to keep this land in ownership. They want to keep it in some form of agriculture, and nature is resilient, and so when this project is decommissioned, it will bounce back. So I will second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and I know the hour's late, so let me just share a few of my thoughts. I think like Supervisor Kennedy and his experience decades ago with SMUD in, I believe it was the EV area at the time. I have my own experience serving on the California Air Resources Board for 9 years. And so I had feet in both places simultaneously. Here as a policymaker for Sacramento County, there as a policy implementer for a state agency who's globally recognized for pushing the envelope in terms of expanding California's renewable energy portfolio. And of course, following and implementing the legislation to do that. I think, as has already been very eloquently stated by my colleagues, the decision is a difficult one, and many of you characterized it in various ways. I don't necessarily agree with some of that, but I will say that as the supervisor, I think along with one of my colleagues who at first wanted to have just as aggressive a CAP, climate action plan, reflected as was reflected by SMUD. The then ambition was pretty obvious to most and quite frankly scared the heck out of our own staff that we wanted to even be that aggressive. Ultimately, we came to a place where the cap is what it is in terms of the date. But again, for me, I have to look through, cannot ignore, and have to look through the lens of what it is that we're attempting to do, of course, through our general plan, because this is a land use matter, but it's also an equally important, and in some respects, maybe even more so, it has to be a decision that is reflective of our climate action plan and all the years, investment, thought that went into setting policy around this county's goals and that we hope to achieve in terms of our own carbon footprint as an agency, but more so the policies that we set for and the decisions that we make that affect the rest of the greater county as it relates to minimizing the effects of our carbon economy. So I too will be supporting the motion. And again, I've yet to see in my years up here I can say this with all honesty, any decision, land use decision, that was completely one-sided, that didn't have some element of disagreement. I don't know that one exists necessarily. And so, this was to be expected, but again, it has to be part of, it has to be expected that this is what we do, that as supervisors, we hear from our constituents, we hear the different perspectives, we synthesize what we hear, what we understand from our own staff, what we understand from state law as it relates to a CEQA process, and then distill all of that down into a moment like this where we have a motion and a second on the table, and we're going to make a decision. So I think this all worked as it should. I want to thank staff. I think you did an outstanding job, not just tonight, but over the course of years to get us to this point. And with that, I'm going to ask for the vote. Please vote.
And that item does pass unanimously.
All right, thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 50. It's county executive comments.
Supervisor, I'd just like to say thank you for your time today. I know it was a long day, and I appreciate the time and attention that the board always moves forward with this. But also to build on Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy's discussion about thanking the staff behind us. They did a fantastic job working on this for years and years and coming forward and bringing such a difficult recommendation, but they stood behind their work, and I think they did a very professional job bringing this forward. So thank you to the staff behind me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. All right. Do we have any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just have a really quick one. I just want to give a shout out to the Caso Roble Cheer program.
Do you want to wait till the room clears?
Yeah. I was going to talk louder, but.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
while we're waiting for the room to clear, can we have a policy brought back determining speaker cards and when they should be cut off?
I was going to get to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you say the speaker cards?
All right. I think
All right. It's a really quick shout out. I just want to give a shout out to the Caso Roble Cheer program. Both the varsity and the JV took first place in their traditional non-tumbling divisions at the regional competition and national qualifier at Jessup University, and they've earned a bid to the nationals in Orlando. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we still have a meeting that we have to conclude here. If we can please have you take your conversations outside of chambers. Thank you.